This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. It's time for rising stars to shine, show their skills, win a pile of cash, and become the pride of our country. We are proudly presenting the tournament the United Kingdom has been waiting for. PUBG Mobile National Championship returns with a prize pool of £22,000. The tournament consists of 3 stages through June to August. Open qualifiers were held from June 4th to 11th, where all the registered teams put their skill to a test in order to get to the next stage. 32 best teams that will survive this massacre will move to the group stage, which will be divided in 2 groups and take place from 5th to 8th and from 12th to 15th of August. 16 teams that will get the highest standings during the group stage will proceed to the final stage. Here it comes, the finals! They will be held from 20th to 22nd of August. Mark these dates because they will make history of PUBG Mobile in the United Kingdom. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Campus National Championship. Oh my goodness, UK here. Span. I'm in the past, but we're now in the present. We're in the present National Championship UK. We're talking about it. We're talking about notes. I messed it up, but we're here now, and it will be Group B, day number 2 here for us, Span. And as you said, it's not just me. It's beautiful Span Cargo here as well, joined with us. And my name is also Harland Wolf. We're going to be delivering you the action through, of course, Group B of the National Championship itself. And Span, it looked exciting already through Group A in day 1, and what a day it was. We had, of course, the likes of Niko Defense League already in first place, and what a lead they were able to muster.
They were able to go on ahead and get a total of 96 points, which was 33 points above the team that came in second, and 50 kills, which was 22 more than the next team was able to pick up a lot of points. So they absolutely smashed their first day, super far ahead of everybody so far.
Indeed, they did. 50 kill points, absolutely insane. But as much as Group A looked exciting, Group B also looking exciting here is we will get through onto the standing Span and see exactly who we have in this group itself. Starting, of course, with Risk Esports, IS, Example Team, StrangersBD, TSC Ultimate, Team Savage, Kuro, 12 UK, and God Dethroned. Span, let's tell us the rest.
We also got CRG, Limbo, Fear Esports, Team IND, Stellars, XT, BATSquad, and NARS or NARS. So those are the teams that are going to be making up today's Group B, and I gotta say, I'm looking forward to all of these teams today.
Indeed, and what a set of teams it is, and particularly some of the favorites, which we will get into in a little bit here. But not only, I think we have to speak about these teams and their progression as we know getting through from this Group B stage. Only the top 8 are going to get through, but to get to that finals itself, that's where all that money is, Span. And that prize pool, Riley, is what a big one. It is indeed £22,000 for these teams up to grab if they can get to those finals. 6,500 for that first place, 3,500, 2,200, down towards those 450 at least for all of those 9 to 16 place teams. But more importantly, even that MVP at the bottom still to look at. Only one player gets that all to themselves, and what a chunk of change it is.
Yeah, all these guys are definitely going to go on ahead and be really fighting it out to try and battle for all. First of all of these places are very important, but then that MVP is just going to go on ahead and be a little bit of a cherry on top. So, I mean, all these guys are going to have to go give it their all.
Indeed, they will do. And as we mentioned some of these teams. Also got to look here, Span, when it comes to the likes of some of these teams indeed. And I would argue actually the most one of these favorites coming in for that prize pool is going to be TSC Legends, Span, in their journey into this competition.
Yeah, TSC Ultimate, last season they were able to go on ahead and go through quals really well, smashed through them, but then unfortunately weren't able to go on ahead and perform in finals. But let's go on ahead and take a look at those rules really quickly before we finish that story. And as you can see, for today, these guys are really going to have to pay attention to both their kills and their placement. So our point distribution here, it's going to be every single kill, they're going to be able to pick up 1 point. And of course, those first, second, third placements are going to be huge because that's 15, 12, 10 points. Then of course, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh has 8 points, 6, 4, and 2. 8 through 12th place is 1, 13 through 16, 0. So placement and kills are very important to get them up towards the top of that leaderboard.
Indeed, yeah, you saw exactly what it came through from Niko defensively. The amount of points they were able to muster, those 50 kill points, Span, that's the reason why they were so far ahead of the likes of Arena 51, Syrax down below, even ahead of some of the favorites coming out of Group A, of course, the most wanted Sons of Odin. But it is, as we said, also TSC Legends. It didn't perform quite when it came overall to the previous first day of the previous PMCO UK as a result. So now, when it comes to this tournament, see if it can pick up those points indeed. Is we also look towards the likes of these maps indeed here, Span. And Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel back through on the standings here. And a beautiful sandwich, as I might add myself. You've got Sanhok in the middle, you've got the meat on either side of Miramar, you've got a buns of Erangel both ends. And it's going to be a long day for these teams, but got to see if they can keep that momentum.
I think this order of maps is also going to be really exciting. Each map providing its own unique form of gameplay that we're going to be able to see here. So looking forward to that order. Looking forward to see how each team actually individually perform on each map, because we know that each one provides a little bit of a different situation for these teams. And I think we're going to have a really nice, even layout for to be able to see all these teams and players' skills coming through these.
Indeed, not only the maps, but of course the beautiful sponsor as you can see on your screens to Span, and of course none other than Xiaomi. And you too can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. Grab one yourselves at home. But to grab those points, to grab those chicken dinners, that is what these teams have to do on today's matches. Starting, of course, as we said, through with Erangel. And we talked about also TSC Legends, their rise from, of course, PMCO UK, now looking to get their spot in the PMPL EUS, which is also what is up for grabs for the first place team in that finals two Span. But not only them, another one of those teams also looking for that prize. You've got to look at the likes of also Courage.
Yeah, Courage Esports, seriously, the note that I have for them is scary team. So I think that they're definitely going to be a team that we got to keep an eye on, because scary team, I think my expectations for them are going to be pretty high.
Indeed, and they've come through from what was previous tournaments in the past, and now they're not the same roster. They have moved and they've changed up exactly what players are on their lineup, but still you've got the likes of Reznov, you've got the likes of Athis as well, Span, who are all names we've seen previously in tournament level competition. And as a result, we now have to see what they can do and see if we can obviously take that PMPL EU West slot away from the rest of their competitors. But not just them, we've also got even some more exciting teams here in Group B, and some more unknown ones, I would argue, both the likes of Risk and Fear here as well, Span.
Yeah, again, they're another team that I want to go ahead and keep an eye on. So I think that they, obviously, if we're going to hear the name, we got to keep an eye on them because there's something that we have some sort of expectations for. I'm kind of curious to see these few teams that we've already mentioned. Are they going to be immediately at the top of the leaderboard, or is there going to be a team that we weren't entirely expecting going to go on ahead and jump up there? So I do kind of wonder if we're going to get a little bit of a surprise here today, or if those teams are really going to go on ahead and shine. And I know we kind of touched on Team IND as well. Gonna go on ahead and move over to them. They were able to go on ahead and do really well in the campus championship last May, and they made it to finals, but then they ended in 16th, which is nothing to scoff at, getting through all of the qualifiers. But I'm curious to see if there's going to be any improvement. So now that they're able to make it all the way through finals, have they gone on ahead and fixed up those issues that they had to put themselves in that 16th spot? Will they be a little bit different coming in here today? And honestly, that's a question for a lot of these teams as well.
Indeed, and a lot of questions around a lot of those teams, indeed, where they are so much of these unknown rosters, and they have been rosters designed for this competition as well. So that unknown and uncertainty is also what's so exciting. We saw big upsets as well, where we also looked at likes of Conqueror UK in Group A yesterday, not quite performing to the level they wanted to, finishing up in 11th position, not even on that left side of the leaderboard, and could potentially see those through today. Yes, we talked about our favorites, but it's not set in stone, Span.
It's not whatsoever. You know, we're here. We know the teams. We recognize some of them. We are able to go ahead and point them out, point out the players that are on them, especially ones that we recognize. But I also got to say, those are all projections, I guess we could say. Those are all like guesstimates of what we know from the previous tournaments, but every single tournament is different. We don't know what they went on ahead and went through since then to really get practice in what they've worked on. So coming into this, it could be entirely different. We could be completely wrong, and honestly, that'd be pretty exciting, I gotta admit, but those are expectations, and I'm ready for somebody to go on ahead and smash them.
Smash them indeed, and as we said, today is that first day to smash those expectations we had for these teams. But I think you also got to keep in mind that this tournament isn't just 1 day long span. This is a long tournament as well that these teams have to go through. It is going to be the group stage. They play 4 days worth of competition and then they've also got to go through to the 3 days of finals, day after day after day in that series. Once again, the points reset. They had to do it all over again themselves, and that length of tournament, can it hinder some of those players too, Span, when it comes to the longevity and their synergy as a team?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming onto them, right? Like every single game. Obviously today, I'm hopeful that they're all coming in here really hyped and ready to just absolutely do their best, but it really, even the first game kind of sets a tone for them. Like the best kind of mentality to have is, if they have a bad first game, is like, oh, it's just one game. We're allowed to have like 1 or 2 bad games, but we really have to go ahead and start focusing on the next one. That is the healthy mindset to have, because the worst thing that could happen if you do not so well and you start kind of getting in your head like, oh, we got to do well to be able to qualify that pressure. It is a huge thing that these teams kind of have to keep in check. So it's kind of a balanced game of both being able to perform your best mechanically, but also make sure that you're taking care of that mental aspect as well.
And that mental aspect is so important, not just even the skill that they can bring onto the table of the games, but a lot of these teams, as we said, were new, and we also saw what was a lot of these players joining in from PMCO UK, and their also decision through not only from previous tournaments, but now jumping into this one specifically, and specifically actually Span how they will perform on their new rosters. As we said, there are so many of these unknown teams playing in this first game, is that playing path is a fairly nice one for them though, so they don't have to worry too much about getting caught off guard and dropping in somewhere they don't want to be, other than those who like to drop over in a style like Kameshki. Those, they maybe have to drive a little bit more.
Yeah, not too bad starting off. Well, like one of the worst is if it was super far to the southern side or something. It is still a nice amount of the mainland that it's going to go on ahead and go over. You're right, they're not going to be able to reach super far away, maybe like Yasnaya, but the majority of these teams will hopefully be able to get to their drop spots, but some of them might be displaced. Some of them might have to go to an alt drop, or the thing that I think a lot of people look forward to, there might potentially be some sort of a hot drop coming through. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Right now we can see a lot of teams ended up jumping immediately around that Milta area. Looks like Far might have 2 teams on top of each other, and now it looks like Rozhawk might have a lot of people as well. And oh, there's our first circle. It's actually going to pull up to the northern side, so super southern play path, northern circle. That means all these guys are really going to have a long rotation ahead of them.
Oh, that is thrown Span. First one of the tournament for these teams. It is already playing mean for them. Opposite of that playing path. We said how difficult it was to be driving over already Tiasna, Polyon, Stal, but none of those teams in that area. But there are a cluster around at Rozhawk Point. You've got the likes of you've got still Stella over there, even down towards Milta. So many of them clustered together.
Yeah, they're gonna have a really difficult time getting away from each other at this point, I believe. Like, first of all, they're pretty close to each other. Hopefully, they're able to grab vehicles and get all the loot they want. It does look like there might be some contention in the center there happening. We'll probably go ahead and jump over there soon. And then just getting away, making some sort of a next rotation. Luckily, those people in the center are inside zone. It's down by the coast over here, actually, that I'm getting a little bit worried because they're not inside zone. They have to go ahead and finish this up quickly. And it looks like, unfortunately for Paul, he's in a little bit of a pickle.
Nachar Esports, Paul already in trouble. Coach Esports, 2 of the players already going up onto the attic. Will find Paul, will find one vote. Paul almost finds a second. Can he grab it? Paul half HP, finally will go down and will be Courage to take the 2v1. First kill, first death of the tournament for Group B will be Paul. Unfortunately, it had to go to someone.
That was scary, that shotgun. He instantly got one down. I was thinking that maybe he was actually going to be able to do it, but of course the trade came through, the res will come through, and yeah, you got to be really careful when you're dropping, got to be aware of the surroundings that you don't get caught off guard by multiple teams, multiple people from another team going to go ahead and catch you out. So it looks like for some of these teams, they're very spread out. It looks like not only Paul went down, but so did one of his teammates. Menik went down, so it's just Nick and Jamie left.
Nick, Jamie, unfortunately, are 2 players. We'll have to see what they can do. Gonna have to be more of a quiet game for them, and don't expect them too much to come out of those kills. Although we said that we have seen Span, we casted together before. We saw what solos can do, and I'm gonna say it again. Solo players, it can definitely upset the game. However, it is still early days. We don't know what these teams can do, so it is to see what they will write in that story for themselves. So looking down also towards the further south point, of course, down towards Milton, towards those bridges, towards the South Island itself, you do have between their God and also the likes of Example Team. Now, 2 of these unknown squads as well span in already in skirmish. Rekka trying to find what is the spray inside the smoke, but will not find it. Limbo as well on that kill feed are going to take down 2 of K12 with the help of Stella Vera too.
I'd be a little bit worried making those peaks right there. They don't have a helmet just yet, but it doesn't look like God Dethroned is entirely interested in fully engaging with that team just yet. They are at least separated, right? It looks like God Dethroned is able to get the northern side of Milta, Example Team, down to the southern side. They're able to stay away from each other for now, but it's going to be difficult to get away from each other. It also looks like same thing over here, actually. So school apps, you usually see one team here. It is able to be shared, and it looks like 2 of our teams once again, Limbo Esports and Kurd 12 UK. They're very close to each other. Kurd 12 UK, it looks like there's only 2 of them left, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Code 12, they did lose a couple down in towards the school section. Department's not favoring for them so much when it is so open. One of those who are more relaxed, though, for the meantime, One Shot Esports, as we said, are going to hold off for now. But not before TSC Legends on the opposite side of the map. They will find 2 or 1 of those members at least. It will be the side of Rocky going down for God. And unfortunately, God already losing another of those players. They did get out 1 team, but they won't escape the next. And TSC Legends already on the board when it comes to kills. And TSC Legends, we said how strong they were, and the momentum going to be so important to see what they can do with those kills in this first game and how they can perform as a whole in this tournament span. We know that when they are on top form, they can dominate over the UK scene. We've seen them do that before, but we can also see that other side of them where they don't perform so well.
Yeah, that's why when we touched on that, I'm curious to see if they're able to go on ahead and figure stuff out. Maybe the nerves got to them in those past situations, but here I'm curious to see if they're going to come back strong. Right now, they're super spread out down there in that bottom right corner of this map. And I'm curious to see how they're going to get back together to make this rotation, especially with so many teams in front of them. Something a little bit to worry about, but it looks like now we're finally a little bit away from that looting phase. Everybody's starting their first rotation. This is where the action could potentially start. Hopefully all these teams are able to make these rotations away from each other, not run into each other, because in my opinion, that's one of the worst ways to go. And as of right now, everything still seems pretty calm, but a lot of teams still on top of each other. How are they going to get out is what I'm wondering, especially right here in Milta. This one has 3 teams all on top of each other. Example, and God, I mean, it's probably the most difficult rotation out, but it looks like they're able to just grab a vehicle and get out of there. They don't want to get in this early fight.
It is going to be difficult for them. They take the vehicle they escape for now. It will be the two members of Kindboy and C007 to see what they can do to stop this anti-rotation away from the fight as a whole. But Kindboy, they're going to be slow on that as well on the uptake, so they will not be able to find any of those members. But on that kill feed, it is going to be another of those fierce teams. Bilal is going to fall down on that kill feed along with a trade back through from Stella. They are going to find a 1-for-1 trade. It will be a 2-for-1 though, to Fia in total. As you can see, down in towards that Rostock side, that was where we also mentioned was the other point of contention. Fia, they are having the cover for now with balls protected. They do take down one of Stella coming through the corner. There comes with a surprise, but not on point those shots. Stella take it back. Roni now 2 more remaining. Mr. Talent coming in the door, trying to find also a third. He will take down also Dragon. Dragon go completely through, and there it goes. The complete wipe through from Stella and Fia out in 16th.
A harsh situation to go on ahead and find yourself in, especially fighting on that one building. But I mean, it looks like it was unavoidable, right? Like these teams had to go on ahead and get in that fight. If they're hoping to get out of Rozhok, I guess Stella are going to go on ahead and at least assert their dominance. This is their location. They don't want anybody else near them. So we'll see if that'll happen again next Erangel on their very last map. And also, it looks like, I mean, even more of these teams starting to make a move on in. We already talked about it's kind of at a looting phase. People are starting to move in. So it looks like the middle is being filled up. We saw a team there in Mansion. A little bit more to go. And it looks like the majority of the teams at this point are inside zone. And we're going to be able to see where our phase 2 is going to end up.
Nachar, they did take out as a duo there, the Mansion compound, as well as you can see Team Savage. Interesting position for them. They were in between Milton and Rozhok, have moved over towards the barrel holes there, just south of Asma Pollyanna. Optimal position, actually, to be taking out a lot of these rotations from opposite teams here, particularly as we did mention the likes of Courage, one of those teams moving in, as well as K12 moving out from school, could get caught by Team Savage, but can they control so many rotating through their waves? That phase 2 did shift over towards that north side even more. Stal was still in play, as now Pollyanna still in play, but more importantly, that northern side there as well. And Severny, only one of those teams went to that northern side risk. They have all of that space to maneuver from just now, and I like their fast rotation, enabling them to get the spot they want.
Yeah, I mean, being able to go on ahead and try to grab these bridges, the rotation should be nice. At this point, I feel like the best decision would be to go on ahead and get more towards the northern side of this zone, because that river is going to provide a little bit of a difficult terrain for these teams, right? Like, at least we can see one of the teams here kind of by the river. Like, that's okay. Being able to grab this gas station, that will provide them a little bit of a rotation across. Team Savage actually just going to go and immediately take it, because taking this northern side, they don't have to worry about having to cross later on. So I have a feeling that that's where we're going to see everybody slowly making a move on towards, and that's why we're seeing everybody making these large rotations around, because that's where they want to be.
Even Thunderstrike crew already over to Stalberspan. They don't want any of that action. They want to stay still. They want to be quiet when it comes to that phase 2. The presence will be on our high ground, so we have that informational prowess down onto those teams below Stalber, and they're going to be able, if it does continue to shift towards Stalber, to halt a lot of those rotations from previous teams. As there it comes through for Esports, that recognition of the last place team in his first game will have to come back even strong. Going to be difficult for them. That momentum, we said, falling down first out of Group B, not where they wanted, but they still put up a fight nevertheless.
I really like where Team Savage is right now. Like, I feel like this is probably the best spot to be in coming into phase 2, because from there, they're really going to be ready for any sort of rotation coming into the next phase. And oh, there we go. Code popping up on the screen. If you guys are ready to redeem that, it is BOFDZBZQ73. Type that in and get a nice parachute, PMNC parachute for yourselves.
Indeed, only the first 50 can get it, though, so you got to be fast per game to put that code in. See if you can get your code. There will be more through every single game of the tournament, so there is more chances, plenty more chances, Span, to be able to get your own parachute into your own game in your own hands, but the hands of these teams as well. Doesn't look so confident right now for the side of Limbo. They are on opposite stretch to also Xenotactic has a full squad. They are preparing to mount that assault to the opposite side. Only 2 players of Limbo. You can see one of those players down on that map to the top right, opposite end of that road, away from the fight. So it is scary considering that if that rush did come through, it could have been bad for them. Limbo, thankfully, though, it does look like the side of Xenotactic they don't want to fight, so we will survive another day.
Yeah, just make a rotation out of there. I wouldn't want to get in this early fight, but maybe they weren't aware of those sight lines. You know, they're actually losing members now. Nice spray coming in from Limbo Esports, being able to take them down.
Pranav on the point trigger discipline, able to find down one of Xenotactic. Unfortunately, late rotation through, tried to stall the team, but got more than he bargained for. Phase 3 as well, going to force a lot of those teams through another rotation in this first game. TSC Legends going to have to come down into risk on the bottom end of Starper Mountain itself. SCRG as well, also going to have a tricky rotation. Courage moving in to that zone 2 from the eastern side. That western side, in that northern side, a lot more open, so it is space for wide rotation span.
Yeah, this is the exact zone shift that why I said, like, I think everybody should go ahead and focus on the northern side, because now there's so much more land up there. I mean, there's still an opportunity for this to shift to the southern side, so it's still not bad to be across that river, but I believe the majority of teams now going to be making rotations up to the north. Because of that, that might get them a little bit of a better position, but it'll probably create a little bit more congestion as well. So we're probably going to see more fights happening towards that northern side versus that southern side across the river. So whoever is over there across the river, nice and safe right now. Everybody focusing on these rotations to get something up to the north. There are a few teams out, so that's why we see here it looks like Nars making a big rotation up on the northern side. They might have themselves some visitors right beside them and in front of them, so they have to be a little bit careful coming in for these few rotations, but they got to be quick because all of the good places to play are going to be taken up really quickly.
Indeed, they're on that eastern side span we said was so deadly. Just going to add another flame to the fire, as it will be their Courage Vonsa moving on the opposite end of the hillside. Should be the scout for the player, should be able to catch that rotation in. Well, definitely will after that bullet hits his car, as it will be going down the opposite side, but not from Nachar. It will be from TSC Legends, as it will be allowed to strike first onto him, but not the direct angle means that we can't find. Courage going to have to rotate themselves. Courage now rotate to new members. Will try to spray onto Bilal, put him down to half health. We'll take Bilal as well, and for the strike through, they lose one themselves. Going to drive, look over, but to drive over to disrespect, well, Brady says no to that one. Naz back into the grass. Will have to hide himself for now. As it will be decided Courage to hold in the meantime. They have lost one of their players already down to a trio. Avis and Naz resetting, going on the backside, but Albie already on that high ground, trying to overlook them from a third angle.
Yeah, TSC Ultimate not looking like the best situation. Oh, especially right there. Nice shots coming in from a member of Courage, taking really low. That's going to mean he's going to have to pause to get some sort of a heal go through. But Courage, they're slowly surrounding TSC Ultimate. This is not looking good for them. Only 2 of them are left. And Courage super spread out. Here comes the blue zone as well. The only way that TSC Ultimate's going to get out of here is if they leave their down teammates, may just drive away, or they really have to start getting ready for this next fight. But it looks like they're just trying to disengage at this point, which is probably the best idea.
Courage, they are also playing here with what will be their substitute, so they won't actually have their full player. They won't have Reznov here to support them. But TSC Ultimate, they are going to lose another there, as it will be now a third knock. Broughty inside blue. That should realistically confirm they shouldn't, but still will survive nevertheless. Athis barely getting inside blue zone as well, but it doesn't look good. Courage, they definitely are in control of this one. Support or not, they will take down TSC Ultimate. They will fall down in 15th position in that zone on the eastern side, opening up a little bit more for them, but still risk there. Still, Athis barely not able to support his teammates as we jump straight on into Limbo as well, trying to take down K12, but K12, they've got other ideas, and Save Killer is trying to find that last member, but is the last member of his team themselves. As it will be K12 also falling down. Limbo take them through. Pranav survives over there, and Pranav has been popping off in this first day. It's even IND wants some of that action. Cronus up against Nachar, as Nick will now fall too. It is absolute carnage when it comes to these teams coming in. Jamie now is solo as well.
Wow, Team IND, I don't even know where the rest of his team was, but it looks like he has a little bit of a shack inside of this next zone. Meanwhile, all the way down here across that river, so worried about this location. The zone did go up to the northern side. They have to make some sort of a cross happen. So it looks like Example Team kind of a little bit behind in all these rotations. They just need to keep continuing to try and get inside this next zone, which probably means that they're going to be in a next fight, because at this point, there shouldn't be anything else open that they can find to play except for something that's already taken. We can see here a lot of teams are right next to each other, just trying to find something to play out of, a little radio tower, a shack, because this location up here is actually pretty out in the open. There's only like one compound, two shacks and radio stations, and otherwise very flat and open. So that's why we see a lot of teams, players proning on out, because it's really easy to get spotted out in all of this land.
The vehicle is so important, as well as extra protection around those trees, potentially still going to keep them alive, but can obviously pop those tires, make sure those shots don't come through from the low ground, don't come underneath the vehicle. Likes of G9 as well can still be shot from underneath that UAS, is overlooking what will be the enemies on the long side. Stellars still inside a shack, one of the few remaining inside this zone, as phase 4 did shift, even as you said, more outside of any main location in Erangel itself. There's there also two down towards that north side. We said there was space, and it will be one shot Esports to try take up that space and try to control it, but coming in from that north side is risky, and a lot of those teams already centered inside of the zone can look down upon them. That's the problem that they're having. As soon as they come out to go down on that ridge line, it's going to be so difficult for them to enter in.
Well, looks like one shot also really spread out at this point, but at least have some locations to play out of. So many people at this point are making a big rotation in front of each other. And it looks like another team is going to go ahead and be eliminated. TSC Ultimates are out. That means we have 13 teams left, and one shot super spread out at this point, all next to each other. It's kind of worrying, and it looks like Courage has identified that, trying to nade them out. We can see that they're actually doing a 2-2 split here. That might not be necessary. The other two are inside that compound a little bit further away. They have some hard cover. Meanwhile, the two at the shack, it's not looking good. One of them's currently down in pain.
Aphis is going in, going to first out Dana, but now Payne has to inflict just that onto Aphis. But look at Vonza's position up top, Span, already overlooking Payne as well. It is that double layer of defense that Aphis really has to protect, and Payne cannot go up on that fight. Will try to find him through with a grenade, almost takes him at sliver of health. There comes Vonza, cannot find a drive-by though, in range the rest of 1S, and does have to be careful themselves. On the backside, it will also be another getting knocked from Stellars.
And looks like, unfortunately, the teammates from afar don't have an eyesight on that or something. Unfortunately, weren't able to protect their teammates. And with this next zone shift, they're barely inside zone. They have to make a little bit of a rotation. It looks like the same for actually a lot of teams. And at this point, it's so difficult to make this next rotation in that we can see a lot of these teams actually just focusing on trying to get knocks and kills. Some nice shots coming through here from StrangersBD. And now they realize, oh, the blue zone's going to be closing quite shortly. We don't have too far to go though, so we're going to keep on chilling on out. And this is the last compound inside of this zone, so TS, this might be a really hot spot.
Got dethroned on the last legs as a young will find a revive. Nasty's also so low, but it is Rupert on the opposite end, and not comes back through onto a young. It is hitting off the off angle that will find him. Nasty's also going to go down though on the opposite side, so it is a 1-for-1 trade, as it will now be both going down. Rippo also going to find a revive back onto UV. There is Preshix up to the top side, but can they find that angle? You don't imagine so. And TS, as they find the revive, they've even got the vehicles there to protect them on the edge. They do have to move out of that edge of rock side though. It is outside of zone span, so that is what you've got to imagine it Precious is actually looking for.
Yeah, he's trying to get some sort of a knocks with these nades to give him a little bit of some sort of wiggle room with this next rotation, trying to get inside zone, but unfortunately none of them really hitting up, but his trusty AK will definitely do the trick, getting another knock there. The res immediately coming through. This is going to be hard for him, because this Team Savage, they've been doing so well in getting their reses that all four of them are still alive. But I mean, we'll be able to see here this solo, he could completely to change this course for Team Savage, but it looks like, unfortunately, it's just not going to be the case. There's too many of them.
Powerboy will take down the final member. That will be another going down already to 9 teams in the first game. That zone shift going to centralize all around against these teams. 0 players inside this phase 5 shift, and they all have to start moving. It will be one knock through for BATSquad. Already 2 kills, still a full squad. They will confirm now a third onto Volt. Unfortunately for the side of Strangers, they will lose that off-angle player, and as a result, they lose their vision now also on Bat having that space to maneuver. But there is realistically so flat, nowhere to hide. Where do you maneuver to, Spat?
This one's going to be a difficult one. Nobody's inside zone. So many teams are around the outskirts at this point that obviously these teams will just want to move right on in, and that might create some sandwiches, you know, like some teams more in the middle than others. We might see some not targeting, but you know, unfortunately some of these teams might be attacked by 2 teams from opposite sides at the same time, and that's kind of what I'm worrying about down here in the south. We can see Bat taking a fight now with Team Savage, and I was worried that the team over to the west was going to get involved, but it looks like they're actually going on ahead and focusing a little bit further inside zone. And yeah, Bat, they're now making a big push onto some teams right in front of them.
They have the members to do just that. They still got 4 up, finding also their 4th kill, but also looking onto IND. IND coming through from that north side. There is space for them, but it is, as we said, so open. Only the ridge lines remain for these teams. Vonza gets knocked though by Leonov the long side. That's going to stop the rotation even more, make it so difficult. We'll look for the first through. Vonza going down, getting a few shots even more back into them, but Avis cannot make, more importantly, that revive. There's no smoke in between each of them, which stops that revive from happening as a whole. Vonza, the one inside of the zone, is why it is now Athos having to make that move even further in risk as well. Trojan going to get knocked from the opposite side. The side of BATSquad span, they are defending. They take down almost Trojan. They should maybe even find that kill through, but look who's behind them. There is still that backside threat. Team Savage also coming in for more.
I like their use of smokes right here. I mean, this is their only cover. That's why we saw some nades being thrown over here as well, trying to do some damage, but they're doing really good job at actually being spread out. We can see how far away they are. That means that no matter how many nades are thrown at them, hopefully only one will go on ahead and get down so the res can happen. But all these teams at this point are doing what they need to, you know, they're trying to stay low. That's why you're seeing teams prone out, and whoever they spot, take them down. Right now, the team that's their biggest threat is Courage, because they have some sort of sideline, and of course Team Savage because they're right beside them, but they don't want to take the fight just yet, because if they did, everybody else inside of the zone will instantly start looking on over at them.
IND, Risk, Courage, they've all got inside that next shift, but that shift will move even further north towards them, as it will now be back Team Savage. They have the big squads left, but they also need to make the biggest moves. They will take down Bonza. That will be another going down. Apis needs to make the revive happen once more. Alan is the solo player for Risk, still needing to enter in. IND refusing to move. They will hold on for the meantime. Team Savage also having that eyes onto Alan. It will be hitting though to drive in on first with the boots. They will jump into the zone as far as they can, but even more has to come through. Powerboy trying to defend.
Everything is so out in the open that the only thing they can do is start these crawls. At this point, I bet smokes are super low, maybe none. That's why they're just trying to take cover. Broken Buggy, their only cover. Courage at this point, I think they have obviously the best spot. They don't have far to go, and they have a tiny ledge that could potentially protect themselves. They can kind of just wait for everybody else to take these fights. And yep, it looks like, unfortunately for Bat, they're going to find more of their members taken out. Their Team Savage just being able to wait just enough, but still having to run inside. I mean, Courage and the team beside them, they're just going to be able to hold out Savage here.
Bat, they will fall down in 4th, and unfortunately for the BATSquad themselves, there will be no success for them in Gotham City this time around. It will be Vonza, Apis for Courage. They, as you said, control that zone, but can they stop those 2 players of Team Savage? Can they stop Shashank from IND? Hidden as well, looking over them, just Snakes opposite in that grass. One move up, real spot, and end their life. But Hidden refusing to move. The movements so carefully have to be placed through this final few phases. sound cues going to come some more important. Little ammo, little left in these teams. The backpacks even off too to avoid every opportunity coming into this zone to be spotted.
Ooh, but he heard him moving. Nice find from Shawshank. So it looks like now Savage is just down to one member left. Slowly but surely, these team members are going to be picked off once they're spotted. And I mean, the last member of Savage is now aware there's somebody over to my west, and he's instantly going to be watching that. Now as a solo, he's going to have to play this super carefully. He wants all the other teams to get in the fight first. And this next zone shift, it looks like IND is going to be really happy about this. And so Courage got the advantage of that last zone shift, but this one's going to be difficult for them. They're going to have to make a big move.
IND from the Campus Championship. We didn't strike first there, but we can strike first in the first match of the National Championship. Is IND, the zone does shift towards them. Apis now also Vonza for Courage. Vonza was revived twice in the recent zones, is going for the 1-1 split, but we have to move back inside. Phase 8 now on its shift through, and Apis Vonza, also Team Savage. The move has to come through now. Shashan goes up and will take Vonza, but gets shot from the backside. Team Savage cannot find them though. Shashan doesn't go down, will come through. Apis, unfortunately, Courage fall down in first, but Team Savage, they let the shots be known. Shashank knows exactly there's also another player left from Savage over there. Rupo is next on the menu. The grenades coming through will go wide, will not land this time around, but Rupo being forced away from the zone even further. Will get tickled down to 75 HP, 7 HP, as it will be IND. Still as a duo, still coming together, but as soon as Rupo goes up for one, you've got to imagine Span IND, the other one just shoots them down. That zone is going to clinch over Rupo's body. He is going to take them through. And IND, they take the first game of the National Championship, doing so with 9 kills as well.
I will say that was a smart deny. So he went on ahead and just went out to blue zone because he knew that it was a 1v2. He didn't want the other team to grab that 1 point because that 1 point could be huge later on. But yeah, IND being able to go on ahead and send themselves towards a little bit of a shack just to the north of that ending point. Just one person was there and the rest were able to go on ahead and find that position. It seems like they knew that that was the spot that they wanted to be at for that field. So they played that really well going towards the end.
They did. IND came up with that victory indeed. And as we said, they came through what was a difficult journey of the Campus Championship. We said they had something to prove. They proved that indeed, Span. And they actually did so by taking down what we mentioned was also one of the other teams to look at was Courage as well. We cannot fault them also for taking what was that third position. And Courage also for their oppressiveness to get to that third position alongside their even Team Savage.
There's nothing really for that Team Courage could do at that next point because right when that zone shifted away from them, they had to be the ones that made the big move, and based off the slope of that hill, I mean, they were just going to be spotted out immediately, so they were prone when they were able to get those knocks. So Courage, they had to have found them, but unfortunately just couldn't do it, and now we're going to move over to some highlights from our first match. Going to go on ahead and revisit some of the kills that were absolutely vital to this game, and of course, some kills that we might not have been able to spot out, and this was our first big fight that happened.
Indeed it was. Unfortunately, Fear though, someone had to go through first. It was Fear, but not before. You do have to keep in mind, Nachar also struggling in that early game, losing to the players. Did survive as best they could, but did not make it to that late game too. But there, Courage, we talked about that aggressiveness over what was also another one of the favorites out of Group B. TSC Ultimate did come through as best they could, not as well as they could, unfortunately, in the end, take it all the way. But looking towards that end game, it was such a difficult first game for these teams as well, Span. I mean, you could not ask for practically a harder Erangel zone, much harder than what that was.
Right when the zone goes on ahead and ends in the field like this, you know it's going to be a difficult one because there really isn't that much cover. They have to go on ahead and protect their vehicles really well, really be able to team chain fight into these next few zones, and it's just difficult. Anything can happen at that point. So everybody that was able to do well coming into this, I mean, played it very well.
played it very well indeed. Even their BATSquad putting up as many kills as they could. BATSquad, they looked like they had that control, but again, we talked about looking 180 behind you as well. Team Savage, as we expected, did come through behind. They were able to put BATSquad down in 4th, but they did survive another 2 of those placement points to get there. In total, unfortunately, Risk did fall down shortly before them in that 5th position. Alan just stuck in between those 2 vehicles. Toxie was the last one, and there it comes to the final few moments, snaking down as soon as Team Savage lose that 2nd member. You gotta imagine IND take it. Yes, they did indeed.
Oh, yeah, and there's the win. I mean, he just knew. So that was, I think that was a great ending coming in from Team IND. There we go at the top of the leaderboard with 9 kill points, a total of 24. And then CRG going to take that 2nd spot with 22. Team Savage is going to be in 3rd with 19. And BATSquad, yeah, 4th place with 12.
Courage picking up the most kills of that game, though. It is 12 kills in total for them, double digits already on the mark for them, taking, of course, bypassing through Team Savage. Yes, they got more points and placements, but more kills overall, only 7 there for Team Savage. A lot of those players to get still off the mark, still a lot of those 0-1 point teams. XT still nil point. But via Esports, at least they will pick up 1 despite finishing in that last place. TSC Ultimate, another one of those teams we mentioned favorites, but disappointing first game. Have to see what they can bring when it comes to that 2nd match, and that match of Miramar.
Yeah, we still do have a couple of games left. And we looks like for our leaders for match 1, Reznov, for Courage Esports coming through with 7 kills. They got 7 of their 12 kills, definitely coming out as the MVP of that one. And Limbo Esports, Pranav, not too far behind, 2nd with that 5 kills. I can see a lot of 4 kills, 3 kills. All these guys able to pick up a ton. And Courage Esports is on there a couple times actually. And you know, I guess the notation of scary team is in fact true in this situation. They were one of the teams that got in one of the earliest fights and were able to stay all 4 up, and then were able to go and grab that 3rd place.
Indeed, they were. Reznov also coming through with the highest damage. No surprises there. Almost 1,200 damage in that first game done alone by them. Pranav as well to be reckoned with, to Limbo, 842 damage. Pranav also 2nd in those kills. But Team Savage also getting 2 of their players up on that damage overall. You could see Team Savage in those final moments, both Paraboy and Rupo, they were trying their best in that final few moments, spraying as best they could in to the rest of their opponents ahead of them. Toxie, Leon, some of those victims of the side of Limbo Esports. But unfortunately, their side, just couldn't quite finish it through. Limbo Esports, so though they finished in 11th position, they were not able to pick up more than what was their 5 kills, only 1 placement point coming through from them. Compared that through to Courage, actually, 2,350 damage for them in total, 22 points. It shows you that difference and how important those kills can be. Yes, you have those placement points, but 6 points through to them, definitely putting them on that left side of the leaderboard. Yes, they finished in 11th, but they're a lot higher than the rest of those teams, even though they finished even higher than them. Potentially, they didn't get those kills. They don't put them higher than them in total.
Yeah, they got in an early fight. It looks like they're able to win one of them, but the next one, not as lucky coming into the next one. So at least they're able to pick up some kills. That is a good place to start on coming into these next few games. And speaking of next few games, we're going to go on ahead and jump straight into a short break before we get into our 2nd match. We still have 4 games left, y'all. We'll see you shortly.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachute. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Welcome back, everyone, to PUBG Mobile National Championship United Kingdom 2021 full split here, Span, and what a first game it was for us, where it was in fact IND who took the chicken dinner victory over Erangel, but it was a very difficult game, as we said previously.
Super out in the open in the center of a field. Now we're going to have a little bit of a different scene, right? That was on Erangel. We're now going to be moving on to Miramar, and I think that there's going to be a lot more variation in terms of terrain coming in there. I mean, there are fields on Miramar, but my hopes is we're going to see something a little bit different. I want to see those mountains come into play coming into this next map.
Indeed, and those mountains in particular here, Span, that's where it is so important. That high ground and that low ground, the change in those terrain is going to be so important for these teams to be able to control in their positioning to control, because unlike the side of Erangel, yes, there's buildings, but as we looked at in that previous zone, it's going to be very similar once again. A lot of those ridge lines coming into play in whoever can control that high ground, whoever has those ridge lines advantage, those are the ones that you've really got to think about coming up on top in this second match.
Exactly. And I mean, we might even get a really difficult ending. My favorite is when there's a super high ground, like a big hill, and then a sheer cliff down to the low ground. Those are always my favorite endings because I think they're usually really hype. So kind of hoping for one of those, but honestly, just anything that we're going to see on Miramar, I'm excited for, because Miramar is just much different coming in from Erangel. Like, we're going to see a lot more long range fighting. The rotations are harder. That means that these teams are going to have to really think about their macro play a lot more coming into these next ones. And looking forward to see what's going to happen there, because we got to see, I feel like, a really good view of their close range fighting. Now we're going to get to see something different.
Indeed we are, and as we get to see that long range fighting take play as well, you at home can take play in what will be our codes every game. A reminder that there will be 50 spots worth of one code here, 50 amount of one code, should I say, here for a PMNC official parachute for yourselves at home to be able to grab, and that will be appearing once a different code every single game, so make sure you tune in throughout the whole of the game, because it will appear any time in that game as a whole. But Span, and when we look towards also as a whole these teams, and also looking at who didn't perform as well, we mentioned the likes of some of these squads like Fear who didn't show up maybe as much as they did, but also I think the likes of other squads, even to an extent those coming into zone, even Nachar struggling, they wait on these late rotations. These late rotations, they're the things that are making these teams fall short. Does that need to change when it comes into the second game?
Definitely. I mean, everybody really has to be on top of their movement, because, yeah, gunplay is a huge part of PUBG Mobile, playing the game, but also something that's really different about PUBG Mobile is the rotations. The macro is so important. You have to know the map. You have to be aware of your surroundings and scout, know where the other teams are and what you're able to play at, because those positionings later on is really what's going to let you shine when it comes to those gunplay times. So I'm hoping to see a little bit better placement coming in through some of these teams, because in last game we saw a lot of interesting splits coming through from some teams that did work, and then some splits that didn't work as much. So coming to the second one, now that they're a little bit more used to the lobby, I mean, still only one game is down, but maybe now they're a little bit used to who they're against, that we'll see something a little bit different, a little bit better.
Indeed, and also to make sure that these teams who didn't perform so well, as we said, can step up in this game. Yes, it's only the second game out of what will be 20 in total that this Group B will face, but still, that is 5% of the points every single game that you're missing out on. In that momentum, as we said, Span previously as well, that mentality will start to dwindle when it comes to losing game after game after game. So the likes of, as we mentioned, Fear, also XM, they're going to have to now move their way up on that leaderboard if they want to have any hope of surviving.
Well, I guess that's a good thing, right? It is only one game down. So coming into this next one, just shake it off. And they have 4 more games today. So hopefully they still have a lot of hope or enthusiasm. I don't know the correct word to go into this to continue to play well into these next 4 games, because they don't have to worry just yet. Like, one game down at the bottom, towards the bottom of the leaderboard, they can still recover from that. So.
Right, indeed, they can recover indeed. But looking at those teams who did perform well on the opposite end of the spectrum going into today's Span, you've got to still look at the likes of, I would argue, even the BATSquad and also Team Savage, 2 of those aggressive teams who were able to keep their players alive to that late games point. Yes, none of them were able to take the victory, but their aggression really showing, and the way they like to play really showing through when it comes to getting inside of that zone initially.
I think BATSquad in particular really played it well with their positioning to get into the end game, so maybe we'll be able to see it again. So here we go, already inside of the plane. This is our second game of today on Miramar, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Where is the plane path, though? Because that'll definitely set everything up, and it's not that bad. Definitely more on the northern side, but straight across the mainland of Miramar. I still think everybody should be able to go to their usual locations, but just like last map where there are a lot of close teams, I wouldn't be surprised if you see that again.
Wouldn't be surprised if we do see a lot of these teams, as you said, take down the likes of Los Leones. San Martin is up for grabs around Hafiel Passon there too. But El Pozo also in range of that plane path, and that plane path indeed, once again, going to be very, very open for these squads. So you hope that these teams won't fight too much over the same locations. But as you do say that myself here, you do look at a lot of those teams heading towards that southeastern point of Impala and around La Bendita. 5 of those squads already fighting around at one spot, and smart there through from XT to actually dodge out just slightly on that location. Maybe head towards Graveyard would be the opportunity to them, considering the XT still on 0 points. They need to get off their starting grid and up on those points themselves on that leaderboard.
Yeah, now it's becoming a little bit more important. I mean, you already spoke about it. There's only 4 games of qualifiers before going on to this final, so every single game really does matter. You can really only afford to have maybe 1, maybe 2 bad games. So coming into this one, we're hoping to see improvement already, to shake it off and get their minds set for this next one. There's our first circle, by the way, and it looks like it's going to go up towards that northwestern side. Just to the north of Power Grid is the center, and that means that I feel like all the teams that ended up waiting on that plane path are going to be quite happy. Particularly, I feel like BATSquad and Stellar, they're all the way up on the northern side all by themselves. That's definitely going to put them in a good position to grab whatever location they want to play out of first.
They're going to have a lot of room to maneuver here, but look at actually that south side. So many teams, and that's where actually in play comes the likes of Picardo Hill there. As you mentioned Power Grid rightly as well. Those locations of high ground, as we mentioned coming into this game, are important for that vision and are important in being aware of where these teams are rotating to. Not from only the south side, but the fact that the main road heading into that zone from particularly that southwestern side, coming down from the likes of Chumacera, is actually going to head around behind that Picardo Hill as well and behind Power Grid. So those locations also important, not for what is ahead of you, but also what is going to be coming from behind already inside that zone too.
Exactly. Yeah. So many teams down to the southern side. Now they have to make a rotation up to the north as well. That's going to create a little bit of conflict. It's going to be difficult to really spread out and grab the positionings that they want as well. So hopefully everybody on the southern side will be able to get the loot that they need. But that also means we're going to see some action coming into this first rotation. I wouldn't be surprised to see, at least coming into the second zone. We know what's going to be more filled than the rest. And I feel like these teams are usually pretty good at spreading out, though. So I'm not too worried, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least 1 or 2 teams go.
Courage already down in Picado, as it will be the likes of TSC Legends moving their way around Los Leones, moving now around the edge of the compound itself and through those hilly mountains. But when I look back towards Courage here, Span, and looking towards Picado in particular, definite decision making coming through on them is going to be important on when to leave that compound itself. And I do have to hold my point here because TSC Legends, I said that they were safe for now in the meantime, but it is, I think, fortunately for them, the likes of God Dethroned, they won't look for that fight themselves. They are very, very split, and that is actually going to be Prashix taking the scout rotation through back around TSC. Bilal and Bruti are also going to move their way up. And I would argue, going back to that point, right, the Courage out in Picado, they will have to make that quick rotation out. They shouldn't be holding on too long because they have the problem of so many teams coming in around their location to that Picado Hill in particular, as we mentioned already, going to be one of those hotspots. So making the rotation towards that north side going to definitely be on the cards for them.
Yeah, now I'm still a little bit worried about everybody on the southern side. And it looks like TSC Ultimate might just be getting to Los Leones. I don't know if that's going to be their looting spot or maybe that's just where they're rotating through right now. But already taking some damage from God, not looking too good. But I doubt that God would make a rotation through Los Leones as well. So they're probably going to be fine for now. And as we can see here, all the teams to the southern side still are looting on up. So the rotations haven't happened just yet from anybody, I don't think. Even that center position, though, it looks like we have a couple teams around the Hacienda, San Martin location, so that's going to be a little bit difficult to play out of. And even as we're taking a look over here on the left side of the screen, we have 2 teams kind of close to each other, just underneath the junkyard. I mean, Fear Esports right next to another one. Fear, they're going to have a little bit of a difficult time in their rotation unless they really go around wide to get inside this zone.
Indeed, but as though so many teams are together down towards that south point, it is also the fact that even main locations here aren't taken up by these squads. El Paso completely empty, Span. What is going on there? It was right on the money when it comes to that playing path, right inside the zone. And that's also something that not this game itself, but looking towards future games, these teams have to be able to notice and take advantage of. Because when you look back, and you can look back by that point coming into game 4 at this game on the VOD, there is no one there. You can loot that location up safely.
I will say, I feel like usually the gameplay, the second day that teams compete against each other is usually more difficult because by then, you're right, these teams have done VOD review. They did watch all the games from the first time that they competed together, and they will notice stuff like that. Like, hey, nobody's in Pozo, nobody's in Power Grid. Those are both really good positions to be taking for a drop. And, oh, these teams might usually like to take these rotations. Just all of that knowledge is really important in your decision-making through these games that hopefully all this congestion in some of these areas will resolve itself because of that. So right now, there's a ton of teams down to the southern side. They want certain positions, but now that they know a bunch of places are open, I wouldn't be surprised if the second day it's going to be a little bit more spread out evenly and resolved.
Span, devil's advocate, do you still go to that location? Because if you are also looking at that location, and there are other teams looking at that location too, do you then just stay in the location that you were at originally? Now, this is where the decision-making really comes into play, right? You have to look even further back at these teams as do they actually understand El Paso, and the knowledge of other teams then comes into play as well.
I mean, The thing is about drops as well is if you're 100% hot dropping, it might be worth it to move, unless these teams choose their drop locations for a reason, right? Like that's what they're used to playing. That's what they practice. That's what the IGL is used to rotating out of. They have usual rotation patterns. So that's kind of what they have to weigh. It's not like a look, oh, this is open, let's just go there because I don't like that this team is a little bit too close. It really is if they're getting 100% hot dropped or they're completely surrounded and they cannot move and it really is making it difficult for them to actually play the game well, then they'll go ahead and make a decision to make any sort of movement. And you're right, it does happen. Sometimes two teams might decide that their spot isn't good and they both see one location is open, they both drop there. But I mean, that's just what happens. It's part of the gamble in making that decision to move. And it could work out better. And that's kind of what these teams have to decide.
I think not only it is where you drop initially, though, and as we mentioned, there are these core locations still open, and we mentioned Courage moving out of Picado already, potentially even up to Power Grid might be the next stepping stone into that south side of zone, but also looking towards these other teams and where they are also currently situated, those inside the zone in particular, as it does hit phase 2. IND towards that center portion going to be safe for now, but that zone shifting to where in between it will be Happy End of the Pattern and water treatment here. Now, a tricky location for these squads because that decision making on which side to be at and also how to control those ridgelines is so important too, Span.
Yeah, this spot is going to be quite interesting to see where these next zones go, because just taking a look at this, I name quite a few zones that usually it likes going to. So all these teams are really going to have to be careful in the locations that they choose. Obviously, trying to send more towards that center spot is going to be more advantageous, has a higher chance of getting the next zone shifts, but there are a ton of ridges and little places that teams can kind of play right next to each other. And that means we're going to see a lot of neighbors really annoying each other.
Speaking of TSC Legends, already up against 1S, and unfortunately for One Shot Esport, they will not actually get taken up by now by TSC Ultimate. They will not find anything through from now, but they will be behind now on that rotation. Albi is hot on the heels of them, however, so they do look to stop them even more. It will be 1S stopping for the meantime. TSC Ultimate now we have to take up the mantle, take up the fight. Albi on their own, being completely surrounded, but where is the support coming in from behind? Comes the rotation in, but they've already lost one member. Albi even going to chuck down grenade or the molly here from the opposite end. Tam will also need that revive through, but there's no one there to support them. They are on an island of their own, still One Shot in control of this. They have the ridgeline there too, in control of their own.
Ooh, and One Shot now just making a rotation. They want to get closer. Ooh, the M249 doing a lot of damage there, but it looks like TSC maybe trying to just leave at this point. Uh-oh. This is not a good spot to really get into a big fight at. And while it's happening, there's our next code, BOFBZBZCM9. Go ahead and redeem that for the PMNC UK parachute. And there's only 50 of them. So go ahead and grab it quickly, pause it if you need to, type that down, and back to the game though. It looks like One Shot still is kind of trapped up on top of this hill, and TSC doesn't really want anything to do with it. They're just completely leaving their down teammate to try and reset somewhere else.
It is the best decision, though, Span, right? Because you've got to imagine, as we said, they're on an island of their own. They're nowhere really that TSC Legends can rotate here safely against 1S to revive. Unfortunately, Tam, they're going to have to cut their losses, rotate ahead of 1S and try to cut them off as well later heading into the zone, as it will be Tam there completely out of the game as a whole now. K12 as well, going to be looking over Team Savage. Now, Team Savage, one of those squads who did perform so well in that first game, taking up that second position, not even giving the kill to IND at the end. They have the ideas, they have the skill clearly, but this isn't Erangel. This is now Miramar. We've got to see if they can continue that. Still 15 teams alive. Only Limbo have been eliminated out so far in this game, leaving a lot of congestion still on the south side. A lot of those teams still to fall. Risk also up in their own fight contesting even there against Young. Now moving in on top, it is going to be them versus Example Team. Even closer, Risk are going to lose one off the top side, but his zone is damaging slowly. Example, yes, it's not going to do too much, but it is phase 2. It's still going to do enough. If Risk can find those shots in too, it's going to act as a catalyst, taking down their opponents.
This is pretty scary as well because we can see multiple teams around them. One shot actually still on the southern side, making rotation right into them. And yeah, look at this. God, already taking shots towards Example Team as well. They all want to get involved. Right when you hear a fight happening, usually third-partying it is the best way to go. Third-partying it, you know you're going to come in while everybody's distracted in their own fight. You know people are hurt. It's the best opportunity to go and get kills. So I wouldn't be surprised if one shot, if they continue the rotation path that they're currently on and run into these teams, I wouldn't be surprised if they get involved. But maybe I saw them actually making a little rotation away. But this is not looking good for Risk or Example.
Side of Risk, they are holding in for now. Alani will get completely first down. Nego's final member will be Example Team, take 4 kills out of the blue zone. They will pick up the first ones for them in this game, and it will be Risk down in 15th position. Unfortunately, 7 points is all they're going to stand on, plus their 1 kill out of this game takes them to 7 in total for now. It will be also, as you mentioned, the side of God Dethroned up ahead of them, though. So the damage not quite finished yet, and it is going to be Example Team still a tricky rotation through as a whole to safety. Courage also up against their own skirmish around those hills, just outside of water treatment, though. Also Nachar. Now, Nachar actually an interesting position for them. They control actually what is a very strong position inside this zone, in between those ridge lines. They have the building protection for them, and I like this change coming through from Nachar, and I like seeing something different to what was an unfortunate performance for them in this first match.
No, I mean, now that they are a little bit more used to it, hopefully they've kind of figured out what the next thing they need to do. They already have a good position for right now, and it looks like Stellar might be up on top of the hill from them. So they will have to be a little bit careful. Can't really move out to get a lot of scouting potential in because from that compound up on top of this hill where Stellar is, that's where you would be to go ahead and do that. But at least they have the hard cover for right now and that they're safe. Stellar, on the other hand, kind of out in the open. At least they're able to scout, but they don't have the cover that they might need.
Nachar, we are going to hold on for now. Example also going to take down another of 1 shot. It will be, though, Example taken straight back down. A 1-for-1 trade coming through on the kill feed. Is there also BATSquad, potential third party? You can see them just above Nachar as well. A third team going to come through is still Example. They strike even another onto 1 shot, going to continue their assault through. 1 shot are going to lose one of their players. It's down to what will be a trio for them. Shredder only going to do a little bit of scouting work, doesn't want really too much in this fight, so we'll head back towards the rest of his team with that Jeep still smoking.
Blow up the cars as well. Make it so that any rotation away is going to be difficult. Ooh, see, it's looking a little bit scary for 1 shot at this point, I'd say. You can see that they're kind of trapped all the way on the western side. They have a team above them, in front of them. It's going to be a bit difficult, but the res is coming through on a TSC. They're just going to have to take this fight. And now that fight time is limited. With this next zone shift pulling back up towards water treatment, they're not inside zones. They're gonna have to finish this up before this next zone starts moving and hopefully find a place to play. But there we go, TSC Ultimate making a big push onto 1 shot so far. They're split and it's just down to 1.
Sido 1 shot, they are surviving for now, and Saeed has to move in. They've lost every one of their members around, and Bruty did get taken down, and they do, with the help of their teammates coming in last minute, take down TSC Ultimate down in 13th position. But it is also their Courage trying to scout out that final member of God Dethroned. Unfortunately for them, might just be the next team going to be falling out through. Rocky as the scout, and a little bit above it. Also keep in mind even more squads up above as that third party. But this is what we feared, Span. This third phase shift opening up into the gully in between water treatment and half the end of the patrol. It is almost nigh on impossible to rotate in between those locations. You have to decide one in this next shift, and you've got to pray that that is where that zone ends up.
Exactly. At any point, if your compound doesn't get inside the zone here, it's going to be difficult to make a rotation anywhere else because it's pretty much out in the open. Everything else is taken. And I was kind of wondering, did Stranger realize that there's somebody right in front? It looks like the answer is no. So nice play from Fear, pick it up at least one. The rest of StrangersBD a little bit further away. At this point, both these teams are gonna have to fight because they both want that ridge right next to them to play off of.
They have to get this ridge span. It's not a case of fighting. There is nowhere else to go. They're both on the edge of that zone. Still one of those players from Fear to make it inside, even out of the water treatment as a whole. But it is the side of StrangersBD who are in control of the south side of water treatment. They have a little bit more moving room as Courage there will take down Example. Example do strike one back onto Abs. There will be a 1-for-1 trade in between those two squads for now. Is Example down to 3 players. Courage still up as a full squad.
Yeah, it looks like at this point, some of these teams are kind of debating what they want to do. We can see one of the members from StrangersBD inside that vehicle. They want to make a little bit more of a movement somewhere, but they're kind of debating it for right now. And Fear, on the other hand, they know that they want this location. They're playing overhead, waiting for Strangers to reveal themselves. It's just a waiting game at this point, but they've got to protect the vehicles because this next zone shift to the vehicles rotation is going to be vital. It's going to be necessary. Oh, nice knock.
That was crucial for Fear to get that one, and that is exactly where those vehicles are. They pinned down the Strangers in between the pipe, and they cannot get those vehicles over that blue pipe, and that's a problem. They cannot escape the location easily. The smokes will come through, but there is only so much space in between, and that zone shift even more dastardly. A second difficult zone out of 2 games so far, still in between the 2 hills, still the gully in play, and it's going to be absolutely span another open zone.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. There is a little bit of a height differential that's going to come into play as well. But first, everybody needs to just try to get inside the zone. As of right now, yes, Strangers, it's not looking too good. Fear, they're just tossing in so much utility. It looks like one of them's down, the other trying to drive away. And, oh, he's able to make it out. Golden Boy, he's just driving away as fast as he can. Back onto the side of that hill. But it might be in the open to the rest of the zone. Not quite sure. We can see another team right below them. And, yep, yeah, that was going to be a difficult one. StrangersBD gonna go ahead, be eliminated next. 10 teams left now. This is far to the western side over here where Example is, and all these teams need to push in.
Courage, they are driving in, no cares in the world about what Example have in their pocket. 6 kills to Example. They too are setting the example in this game of what to be expected, but they are one of the furthest teams away. That is the catch of this squad. Yes, they have been getting kills, but they have been not rotating in, and this is the difficulty of that. God Dethroned getting smashed by Nachar when it comes to that ridge line, when it comes to the bottom edge of that hill. Multiple knocks against them. One grenade would finish them all off. As an example off the backside, will use this to advantage, try desperately to rotate in. It will be not full rotation in for both of them, though. Paul almost going down. A set back through. Example will get flushed out completely. Yes, they were unfortunately not able to get in zone. We said they were too far away. Nachar still alive as a full squad, but they are on the edge still. It is God Dethroned with those revives back in. They've got the smokes, but those smokes have got to be disappearing soon.
At least God Dethroned is in front of them. Nachar, they tried tossing over some nades to get some knocks or flushes onto them, but it just did not catch onto any of them. There we go, a little bit of retaliation. God Dethroned tossing their own nades back, gonna do some damage, but still no knocks have come through just yet, and that's why both these teams are waiting. But I mean, they know they have to push, and it looks like it's starting right now. Nice knock coming through from one.
Nachar, they do find one for now, but look on the backside. Courage also wants some Nachar too, and they are going with Naz to try and make sure they can get those kills, get those knocks. Still, you have Aphis on the backside, but that zone shift, phase 5, it is practically death for the likes of Fear still to rotate through from water treatment. As will be a young through from God to help finish off at least one of Nachar. But here come the rest, a second and a third one now knocked in total. And Nick is the last player alive, but we'll find it through the smoke there. Go God Dethroned, taken down, but Team Savage will come in and clean up through. They will take down their 4th kill of the game. Still a full squad, and Nick as a solo left. There comes the cavalry. Power Boy coming through the smoke. The only protection of Rocking behind him. Power Boy now holding on. Will not move any more forward. In the backside, you can see still Fear making that almost impossible rotation in. ODIN will now be taken down as well off the backside. Nick still alive, but Power Boy still moving in. The rest of Team Savage not going in for now. Nick still alive, but it is almost time for Nick to die. You've got to imagine Team Savage, they are trying their best to come in. Aphis has been getting knocked on the backside, all of them getting knocked on the backside, but Nick's still alive. Finally will die through. Rupo will be the one to take it. Nick out. Nachar in 5th is still even more through as well from the likes of Xenotactic Esports. Xenotactic from last in the leaderboard inside the final 3 with the zone in their hands. Can take this potentially to the chicken dinner winner.
I mean, Team Savage, they made this rotation over here because they knew that they wanted this rock based off of this next zone shift. The zone now moving on in, though. It looks like all 3 of teams, they do have a little bit of a spot to play, but honestly, I feel like Xenotactic Esports might have one of the better spots. They have a nice ridge for them to be able to play at. They just really have to pay attention to the team up to the northern side, make sure they can't quite see anybody. Meanwhile, Team Savage, they're kind of pinned at this rock. I don't think they'll really be able to make any sort of movements away from here without both of the other remaining teams just instantly firing on them.
Team Savage, they do have that location inside the zone too. So also there do KI too. They have the side of the zone in their hands. K12. They are holding in for now. Physics, Safe Killer as a duo, but there is almost really no way up on that hillside for them. Team Savage, XT on opposite sides. And that zone moves away from them over to the side of XT. And this should do it, Span. Phase 6, the shift should be the curtain for the rest of these squads. Physics is underneath the Jeep. The tires now being almost popped there through behind on to the buggy. The smoking behind the Jeep, the smoke in front. Physics still getting shot of, nevertheless. XT still know exactly where they are. We'll need a little bit of a bailout through, but XT on their aggression did lose one. Fahim will now need to revive, and this is the opportunity for Team Savage to come in. They know exactly they have to move in now with that knock, and 2 of them do just that. UV going in, they will find a second. That will be a 2-on-2 hit end. Will find a third. That will almost be the full flush. XT, when the moment comes, Junior has to step up, but even he cannot. And Fahim as well, though, stepping in, will flush out the rest, though. Will take down 2. Needs the revive very, very quickly indeed. Hidden still providing that information. Rupo still to cross, and Rupo without crossing, that might have cost him. Side of XT, they stay alive for once, but still K12 in the background. Finally, Rupo will find Tora. Wow. There it goes. K12 off the backside. Take them down. K12 up to 3 kills. Team Savage now entering into the zone, but Savage as well down a player. Hidden now only being revived up. Grenade still coming in through. Rupo needs to maybe turn this one. A medkit surely not in time for the rest of their teammate. Hidden. KI12 still moving forward. Can KI12 do this fast enough, though? Hidden trying to go for the heal. The vehicle now being popped. It is side of Rupo holding in for now on the opposite end, but KI2, they are separating. Safe Killer now on one side. Physics on the other. Molly onto Safe Killer. Physics now entering up on the top. Physics will find it. It will be K12 with the victory. Span, how did K12 manage that one?
They third-partied exactly when they needed to. They knew that that was the last fight. That was a huge fight. Team Savage making that push there. right when that happened and there's only one less, honestly, Rupo, if he was there, they probably would have been able to take out the team a bit earlier, but since he wasn't, unfortunately it didn't happen. But the nades came in from K12 anyway, were able to get them. He was able to get the rest on his teammate, but at that point, I mean, K12, they were there, they were ready, and it looks like Team Savage, they're gonna get another second place position. Rupo, unfortunately, just not able to grab that first place spot for the team, but well played by K12. I thought that since they were just down to 2 people super far away from zone, that might be it, but since they didn't start that end fight, they're able to go on ahead third party it, and it was huge for them.
Team Savage, they're gonna be kicking themselves, man. A second game in a row, second place for them.
Yeah.
They took down so much of XT. XT, they almost fell, but finally their redemption came through, and because Rupo did not come with them, Rupo was that player that they really needed for them to really finish him off. Yes, they did go down in third position, but the damage had already been done. And as you said, that's why K12 was so decisively able to come through that ridgeline with a distraction from those other 2 teams to take that victory. And what a victory it was. It will be K12 moving up on that leaderboard as they needed to. But XT as well, even them too moving up on that leaderboard span. As we said, they started this game with 0 points. They weren't, I think, even in that first game. They had to come strong, and they did.
Well, now they came out in third place, so that at least they're able to go on ahead and achieve some points they maybe missed out on last game by grabbing that third place placement points, being able to pick up a few kills as well. So nothing to scoff at whatsoever, so they're able to bring it back a bit. And of course, back to the highlights from what happened in that game. I feel like most of the fighting, of course, happened where the rotations were happening, which is quite obvious. Everybody needed to come up from the southern side. There's just too many teams to the south, and that's where it really was hot first.
But it was this zone span. These zones, when it comes to competition and when it comes to specific days, there are just days span that you get where every zone feels tough. And at this point, this is starting to look like one of those days indeed. It was completely unknown to where it was going to go until when it did shift over towards the edge of water treatment, back over to at the end of Patton. All of those teams had to move. Via, they struggled. Nachar, they struggled. None of them could make it inside. It was K12, and I think, I'd say, with that crucial one on to Courage, which is what survived and allowed them that position to really come in. And at this point, you've got to imagine K12, we said they were out, but beliefs, not beliefs, they were able to still come in. Courage is what took them to that final moment. Back grenade through from Team Savage allowed them to finish up that game.
Yeah, explosive ending once again out in the open, and there's our match leaderboard. Not quite surprising to see this Team Savage taking that first place spot, 9 kills, 21 total points. LBK 12 or Crew 12 UK in second, 5 kills, 20 total points, just 1 point behind based off of the placement of the kills. CRG Courage grabbing third with 18 total points, and there you go, XT. They are able to grab the 10 placement points from third, but down in fourth because 7 kills. Still 17 points is nothing to scoff at.
17 points in 2 games. I'll take that one span. So it will be XT with that big fat win for themselves through these points in that second game. But it is that top 3 Team Savage, Kerr, 12 UK, and Courage there in those top 3 positions. Those are the teams you really are looking at, right? You've got to think about Team Savage, their consistency through these 2 games so far, and also Courage, their aggressiveness through these games. And as we move through to those kills, no surprise there to see Courage, 2 of those players in that top 3.
Not surprised at all, and also not surprised to see a lot of members of Savage and Crew 12. Those are all the teams that were out there until the very end. But also, I'd like to point out Rekka from Example Team with 4 kills for themselves. I mean, Example Team, they were the team that got in the fights over towards the western side very early on, so they were able to pick up some kills, but unfortunately they were taken out pretty early. But one of them is still able to find themselves up on this player leaderboard, and only one member from Xenotactic Esports, Fahim, up here with the 3 kills, but still being able to grab up here. These are less kills, I'd like to point out, per player from our first match. So it looks like maybe in this game, the kills were a little bit more spread out.
Definitely going to be more spread out, but look at that damage as well, Span, as we will head through, and it will be Courage there, both now in top 2. It was Reko, though, yes, 4 kills, down in the 6th position, yes, down on that leaderboard, but actually showing there that very consistent when he did do that damage, getting those confirmed kills through.
Oh, and we can see actually Fear Esports there in 8th, the Farah being able to find their way up on towards that damage leaderboard. So it looks like they're able to get a lot of damage, but were unable to quite turn it into as many kill points as they're hoping for. But I mean, later on, it could just be a one-game thing, you know? Like, at least they're able to pick up the damage. They know where to look to find the kills to be able to damage people. The next thing they got to do is really just be ready to go on ahead and secure those kills.
No surprise to see the comparison there as well. Kurt 12, Team Savage 1 and 2 on that game. 9 kills there for Savage. Absolutely popped off on those kills, but it was Kurt 12 cleaning up their final few members. 5 kills in total, but only 549 damage done. That is almost exactly 100 damage points per kill for them. They, when they wanted those kills, got those kills.
They did, and I'd like to point out as well that Team Savage, they're able to go on ahead and actually take that first place spot for this match just based off of their kills. They didn't get the points, the 15 points for the placement with the first place, but they're still able to grab that first for the match, and because of that, these are our overall standings. It looks like Team Savage is going to be able to jump their way up into that first place spot with a total of 40 points, but actually, they're tied with Courage. Both teams have 40 points total.
Indeed, they do. 40 points tied in between them, and it will be now up to them to see who can come up ahead. But is Courage with the higher kill points still, but Team Savage with that big game edging up on those kills overall. But when you look towards the rest of that leaderboard on kills, actually even down to that 12th position span is actually very similar when it comes to those kill point numbers.
You're very right, and moving through all of this, right? So we see that now at this point, 2 games are over, right? These teams still figuring out the points. They are able to achieve some, but there's 3 games left today. It's still not super scary, but 40 points, like already after 2 games, is great for those teams.
It is great indeed, as the next map on the cards will be Sanhok, but that will be a little bit of a break away, so don't go anywhere, guys, we'll be right with you on the other side.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. It's time for rising stars to shine, show their skills, win a pile of cash, and become the pride of our country. We are proudly presenting the tournament the United Kingdom has been waiting for. PUBG Mobile National Championship returns with a prize pool of £22,000. The tournament consists of 3 stages through June to August. Open qualifiers were held from June 4th to 11th, where all the registered teams put their skill to a test in order to get to the next stage. 32 best teams that will survive this massacre will move to the group stage, which will be divided in 2 groups and take place from 5th to 8th and from 12th to 15th of August. 16 teams that will get the highest standings during the group stage will proceed to the final stage. Here it comes, the finals. They will be held from 20th to 22nd of August. Mark these dates because they will make history of PUBG Mobile in the United Kingdom. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile National Championship United Kingdom 2021 season, where, of course, we are sponsored by the beautiful Xiaomi, and you too can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But just as powerful as that were the zone so far, another difficult one span where we saw a shift in between water treatment and a half end of the platform. Could not ask, as we said behind the scenes, for a much more difficult zone than that.
Not at all. I mean, just using that little canyon, we know that that road has barely any cover. What did we see? Like one rock? And then from there, it really just comes down to ridges. And there really weren't that many of those as well. So at the very, very end, all the pushes that happened had to happen in the vehicle. And then they were just able to make the rest of the rotation. So once again, another open zone kind of makes me upset because I want to see something different. But next time, we're going to be on Sanhok. And Sanhok, I think there's only a couple of open places there. So this time, hopefully we'll get something different.
You asked for something different. Sanhok is as different as it comes, Span, right? It is its own unique beast that these teams have to face up against. Only one Sanhok game a day, right in the middle of that sandwich of games, as we said. And leading the charge into Sanhok are, of course, no less than Team Savage and also Courage, tied on the leaderboard 40 points. Is to see this game who potentially comes out on top.
We know that it is going to be super aggressive gameplay coming in to Sanhok, so I'm kind of curious.
Yeah.
Are the teams that we already pointed out that we know are aggressive, that we keep seeing towards that end game, or just taking a bunch of early fights, are they going to be the ones that do really well coming into this? Or are we going to see somebody else that's going to surprise us? Because just playing on Sanhok is different. It's a little bit of a different mentality, you know? You don't have to worry about making rotations as much because the map is so much smaller, but you do still have to worry about your positioning because it's basically a bunch of fights on fights on fights where a ton of teams are going to go on ahead and third party. So who is going to be the best at that?
Indeed, who is going to be the best at that? That is to find out. And when you look at the best of the teams here in Group B, that's still something that we don't quite understand yet, Span. Because looking back at Game 2, those teams who were in the top, Nachar, XT, those were teams that were right down at the bottom of that leaderboard. So this time around, going into Sanhok, who is those that can really take up the top and who can beat out those who performed well in either Erangel or Miramar, or for the example, as we said, on those top two at the top of that leaderboard itself in both. But that is the beauty of Sanhok to determine as we jump straight in on to that playing path as well, Span. And then as we go into that playing path, do not forget at home, in each game there will be 50 chances with one code per game to grab, of course, the official PMNC Championship parachute from PUBG, as we will head through that playing path, Span, as we said, and to see where it will go all the way from that northern side past that northern coastal line in towards Stalba.
Super far up to the north, this plane path is going to hurt in that it's going to be a little bit difficult to get super far to the southern side. Not as difficult because we already mentioned Sanhok is smaller. You can go further. Teams are usually good at being spread out, but obviously this plane path is not going to help whatsoever. So these teams are going to have to try extra hard to get away from each other to get that chance to loot on up. Or what we're probably going to see once again, we've already saw a couple skirmishes coming through the last few games. This, again, a new map. Wouldn't be surprised to see at least a few more.
I feel that Boot Camp surprised that only one team will end up there. Boot Camp definitely capable of holding at least 2 and maybe even 3 sometimes of these teams. Painan also going to be taken up through by IND, and the other main compound here of Paradise Resort taken up by the side of X. And when you look also around X and towards that northern side, XT as well, Xenotactic Esports, they are on that northern side, also combined by one shot, but not where the fighting happens first. And unfortunately, for the side of TS, it will be now the side of Strangers taking through the first knock for the meantime. And unfortunately, as I said, for Team Savage, they already suffering 1 member down inside that L compound, and not where you want to be fighting early on around this coastal line. So difficult to really go from building to building, and particularly there for Stranger, that coverage on the opposite side of the river definitely going to harm those rotations through from Team Savage to come and get together.
I mean, they want this spot because it is the perfect place to go on ahead and make any sort of rotations, no matter where this first zone is going to pop. But it looks like it's not going to be going so well for Team Savage, unfortunately. I mean, the good thing for Strangers, they're able to play this really well. And one left, there we go, instantly down. It looks like already our first team will be eliminated. It's going to be Team Savage, and they're the team that has gotten back-to-back second places. And now they're out immediately.
It's a big surprise. It is a big surprise indeed. From 2 second place finishes, second on the kills, to be downed by Strangers in the first few minutes of Sanhok. That is what Sanhok does to you. Surprises even the best. Is there, we said, example team up towards the top side. They are surrounded themselves. And for example, the onus on them here in this phase 1 to look to really control over Paradise Resort, it has ended up shifting at least somewhat around them, shifting for the most part around that main island itself, as TSC also overlooking what was Strangers and their first few kills of the match. Bilal will be scouting out, but won't find anything for now. Just have to be careful. They are on their own. No team to back them up.
I mean, I like how he was jumping behind that rock there, trying to catch them up because he knows that they were close. So that one might have been able to actually spot them out here. I don't know where the rest of their teams are, but it looks like he's going to take the opportunity anyway. Perfect shots coming in with that QBU. Instant down and flush. Now running away, kind of out in the open. I don't know if he can get away from here, but this hill does provide a lot of viewability. So taking advantage of that, it looks like he might just be running away at this point. He got a cheeky kill, and now he's going to disengage back to his team. That's probably the safest thing. And Strangers, they're now a little bit cautious.
Oh, when it comes to those cheeky kills, it's so hard to spot them out, especially when you're wearing a green pea in a pod suit inside the green snake grass here of Sanhok. Strangers will stop for now. We'll expend a few of their smokes to make sure that they will be safe. Yes, they are aware Bilal will be up there, but not how many members of TSC Legend, or TSC Ultimate, should I say, are up there here. Span. So that is something that they do not know like us, and that is why they are being so careful. IND, even across that roadside. Strangers maneuvering about early on. Yes, they have those kills. Yes, they have the capability to do just that, but as we said, so many teams still close together, and that is why Strangers are a little bit in danger here. IND also going to move away from Painan. Should, though, with that move from IND, open up a little bit of space for them.
Yeah, they're going to be running right up on top of the hill. The thing is, I feel like that they have to be followed in that situation. But uh-oh, wait a second. Looks like God, Dethroned. Oh, they're going to find themselves in another fight here. It looks like TSC, they're going to steal a kill onto one of the members of Strangers. And now the rest of them didn't go help out their single teammate because they're in a fight of themselves.
Indeed they are, and it will be no less than the side of God, Dethroned. Dethroned, unfortunately, losing now a second is Rocky. Also going to be confirmed through. TSC also picking up 4 kills of their own. Make that even maybe a 5th. Azir goes down a 3rd. Now only remaining will be the side of Nasties. But does that be so careful as they are on their own? They are nowhere to run behind them. Just as you saw, the member specifically of Pashik right behind him did get knocked in that exact location. Nasties is going to brave it anyways. Will jump over to safety. And it's a solo. They'll have to remain for the rest of this game. And it is going to be so difficult to do just that. Yes, thankfully, however, they are inside the zone span.
Yeah, they're going to be able to stay safe for right now. Kind of just wait it out at this point. It's still super early on in the game. You want more people to go on ahead and be eliminated at that point before you really start being a little bit more bold and just run around trying to find a better place to play. So they're going to go ahead and just chill out for right now. They're not in any sort of a rush. And they're actually able to make a wide rotation if they really felt like it. So they're just going to chill out for right now. And we can see this zone. You can see a bunch of teams actually making a move. It looks like Stellar already making a move out of boot camp. It looks like they just want to go on ahead and find a fight immediately because boot camp was pretty centralized already, but they didn't want to stay there.
Bootcamp, surprisingly, they won't stay there indeed. I think, obviously, do imagine teams potentially going to be controlling to the south there. The Bootcamp Hill vision over them could maybe be a slight difficulty to rotate away, especially if it does center towards there. You've got to imagine teams also moving around a coastal line makes it quite difficult to make it that escape up towards the northern side as well. But for Stella, they will move nevertheless into those kills that they just so desire. And one shot will be those players in the front, but not before Nachar there and IND around them. But for Nachar, they are split. They have Manic on the opposite side, down towards the side for Khukuri, and that's a long way to go on foot with IND already on the doorstep of the rest of those members.
Yeah, it's got to be something to keep in mind. A little bit spooky, trying to make some sort of rotation happen. And it looks like we're expecting Courage as well, all the way up here on the northern side. Up on the northern side, I feel like, once again, less people are up here compared to the south. It's really the south, or now the center, that's going to be the scariest in terms of making any sort of movement. We can actually see there in that kill feed and now on the screen, a fight already happening. Oh, man, it looks like IND found at least 1 kill for themselves so far.
It was an execution. 1v4 onto Jamie. There was 0 hope of Jamie, shy of a miracle, to pull out something against IND there. However, the rest of Nachar are slowly on their way. They still have 1 either end of IND, but it is 2 kills already out of them, putting them again down to just a duo. As so many of these players are so low, keep in mind you do have the likes of both their Nachar and also even Geo there, down 1 player for now. Is God Dethroned will be the other one there alongside them. But now that we've had these initial kills, apart from here risking the Thea span, you do got to imagine the kills start to slow down and are focused more on positioning. Potentially, of course, down towards that second phase. That's where we're really looking to where these teams have to rotate.
Yeah, at this point, there really is no guessing or assuming where this next zone is going to go. Not until at least phase 2 pops. That's where these teams are really going to get a better idea. So yeah, that's why at first it really was explosive when it came to fighting. Everybody was inside zone. The zone takes up the majority of Sanhok. And now coming to these next few, they're really going to have to be a little bit more careful. And oh, once again, look at that. Another code to get yourself a parachute. It is BOFCZBZQEG. Type that in and get yourself a parachute. Be quick, though, because there's only 50 for that code. And moving on to the rest of this game, I mean, everybody is slowed down at this point. You're right. Like, at first it was explosive. People were too close. But now that enough people have died, they're just waiting to see where this next zone is going to go before they really start making any sort of big movements again.
Okay, but while we're waiting, Span, can I, go into PUBG and put in that code myself. Is that legal? Can I do that myself and just like put a code?
Like, you know, I do not know. I was like, oh, I want that parachute, but I wasn't gonna do it. I was just gonna ask later. I was just gonna ask, like, yo, can I by any chance just get that parachute? Like, I don't want to distract myself by trying to get it myself. Yeah, I'm not typing in that code. I feel like kind of weird about that. But yeah, that is a really snazzy parachute. So if you guys haven't attempted to get that parachute yet, like next game when the code pops up, like you have to try it.
Oh man, I'm gonna slide into their DMs. That's what I'm gonna do later after this stream and make sure I get myself one of those codes indeed. But not so much Medic isn't gonna even live. Isn't gonna about to breathe. As it will be IND to just immediately take him down. And that will be unfortunately for Nachar down early on once again. Looks like Miramar is their map. Not so much Sanhok here, as they will be the second team to fall. But down to that second shift span, that's where we said these teams are going to really have to rely on.
This is where they're really going to have a better idea of where to centralize. There we go. Up to the northeastern side it goes, centering around Paradise Resort. Still doesn't give an entire clue on where the end zone's going to be, but we can already see a lot of teams have to make a move. Up to the north they go, and immediately example team inside of Paradise Resort, like they're very happy with what is happening so far. They can just continue to chill out inside those buildings.
It is towards that northern shift, and even actually there you see that rogue team of BATSquad. Now BATSquad, from what was their first game, they've been a little bit quiet on Miramar. They're seeming to be a little bit quiet once again, but they have actually what is a beautiful rotation from that northern side. Yes, tanking the zone for now, but towards Cal entering into TeamOMA with a zone that is heading towards so much that northern side once again, potential for them still very much to get a good position, a good result in this game.
I mean, nobody is up there with them, so they're going to be very happy. They're going to have so much space to make some moves happen, but completely opposite. On the southern side, some teams are really having a difficult time making some sort of rotation in. We have Risk and Fear down here, kind of doing some trades with themselves. You can see that two of the members of Risks are down. Trojan, Alani no longer inside the game. It's just on a 2 left. They're not even inside zone, and they were taking this fight with Fear.
Risk down in that 14th position, can see on the leaderboard. It is that surprise of Team Savage, as we said, the first team out in this game, only going to stand at 40 points. And this is also the opportunity there for Courage as well in this match to really extend that lead. But not only Courage to extend for the rest of these teams just so close in that leaderboard, IND, K12, XT below them to actually move up. And that big jump, as we mentioned, from XT coming down from the very bottom of that leaderboard all the way now to 5th position. That's what one game does in this first day. And you can see those jumps with those big games when the scoreboard span is so fresh.
That's why every single game is important. Even if you don't do well in the past game, you can do well in the next game and help out your team on your placement a ton. So you gotta try in every single game. And we can see that there are still a couple teams that are struggling to really figure out that formula. I think some of them are actually the teams that we talked about. So a little bit of surprising results, I'd say, so far for some of these teams. But at least Sanhok's still getting underway. There's still 2 games left after this one. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to bring it back, or maybe even we'll be able to see completely different teams this next time. But yeah, excited to see some surprising stuff happening. Team Savage, I have to say at this point, is one of the most interesting things that's happened so far. Being able to get 2 second places and then going out in 16th place. At what point will they be able to get a first?
Maybe, or maybe not. Will be the ultimate decider. We've seen it in previous competition span in the UK scene, a tendency where we do see that one team who gets that second place, but not quite that first. And we'll have to hope that Team Savage can break what is the curse of those second place finishes. Strangers, who were the perpetrators of taking them out so early on, 3 kills already towards them. Can now they take down a second. K12 next in the way. And K12 comfortable in that center of zone. Also needing those points. So to overtake Team Savage. They are just slightly ahead of Strangers down towards that 8th position, and they have also only 3 players who have also been able, as we said, to get so high on that leaderboard, even not as a full squad. But that zone shift, that's going to test all of those on the south side, as that will move over towards the TapMock area. And as we mentioned, BATSquad up towards that TapMock cow side, they're sitting very comfortably with that shift.
Yeah, BATSquad being able to make that rotation is absolutely big for them, because obviously they started off pretty far to the southern side to loot. And if they decided not to take that rotation, they would have been right down on the southern side with all of the rest of those teams. And that is the worst place to be right now. You don't have a secure spot inside zone. There's so many people around you that any time that you try to make a move, it's going to be very difficult. It is not going to be a good time for them whatsoever. And one of them is TSZ. You can hear it shooting right in front of them, and looks like Stellar, they're getting themselves in a little bit of a scuffle here. The push is happening though. TSC, they want this spot. Stellar going for the rest though. They may be able to get them up before it fully happens. Gotta be a bit careful though, because here comes even more teams into this position.
TSC, they're getting hammered though by Stella, and they are putting out a performance as they're gonna burn alive all of their knocks, all of their hard work. It's Bilal, the final one behind a tree. Barely that molly will not land on top of him. The other, but will be the grenade to take them out. Talent will find that grenade hot on target. And now Tam, who was knocked so early on in the previous match, now has to pull out some miracle play. 1v3. Albie will not be revived. It is all down to them in under the tree. But where do you go when there is nowhere to run, span, and so many Stellar members around you? Do you hold on? Do you pray that Tam you don't get spotted? Well, they have found you, and they have sent that grenade through. Half HP down onto Tam for now, as there will be Strangers also struggling against Fear. They will lose G9 on that kill feed, down to just 2 players for the meantime. Tam healing up with the painkillers for the meantime, extra regeneration, but Stellar still 4 members up to reset there, and Tam there is nowhere to run, as we said.
I think him just staying here prone and on out is the best thing for him if they don't want to go on ahead and make a push to try and find him, because that's usually a scary thing. If you get most of the team, you don't quite know where the solo is. The solo does have a little bit of a surprise advantage on them. They do have the numbers, but it looks like they don't even want to deal with it. Away to the zone they go. They're going to prioritize not taking that blue zone damage. The thing that they'll have to worry about though later on is, I mean, that solo could potentially come back to bite them.
They could indeed. Unfortunately, as we said, Fear, they will move up anyways, down through towards that northern side. And you've got to also look, actually, I would argue, towards that center of zone now. Very much open, and still a lot of those buildings in play for cover. But the tricky part is why no one is taking them is where do you rotate right away from that? And that is, again, where the difficulty of this zone comes in. Yes, it's not nearly, I think, as difficult as the first 2 games we've had so far, Span, but it does have its own unique niche in the fact that these teams all have to scout around the outskirts, because going into that center, not only do you have those buildings that others come out from, but the typography of this zone, it all heads downhill in towards that center, and you are very vulnerable in that position. Unfortunately, though, for these teams, they're going to have to make that journey, because that has gone over towards the northwestern side, and down the hill they go, and up into the awaiting arms of XT and Courage they will have to go.
Yeah, they have to go into those compounds, and I mean, you're right, all those little buildings are in a bowl, so in there, that means they won't really be able to spot anybody else outside of it to start a fight, get knocks, get kills. They can only hear, not really get involved. But they have hard cover. You can't really leave though, so when a bunch of teams go in there, it's really going to be a fight between themselves. The team above Courage right now, they're really going to be able to take advantage of that, just peeking on over and doing a lot of damage, particularly just cleaning up a lot of fights that are happening. I really like the spread that Courage has right now up on this northwestern side, just taking control of this entire bowl. They just still got to be careful to make sure that no team walks up on them, because they have so much territory to themselves, but it looks like they're spread out for now.
IND, though, they are getting put down by example. As Shashang device almost simultaneously will go down. A third surely will join the cause. There goes the rest of the IND squad. Now only Cronus is a solo player. But Cronus will peek down, try to play what Tam did and hope that they can survive. But Cronus so close towards him, still outside of his zone, will have to step up at some point. An example, they're fishing out the grenades. They're trying to find them. Think that they might be behind that rock, but Cronus is not. Cronus slightly off to the side, but they have spotted them. Also spotted out the side of Fear. Fear getting knocked in as that third-party team trying to enter into zone, but will also be punished through. 3 kills for now. Potentially even up to 5, for example, for the example team.
Yeah, Example's instantly gonna shut that down. They're like, no way, we've got this team. We don't want anybody else bothering us. Unfortunately, they don't know where the last one is. We know where he is. He's still super close, but it looks like maybe they're a little bit more worried about the zone from now on. Maybe they'll be able to make a rotation, or Rekko. Oh, he's getting so close to Cronus. Makes me a little bit nervous, but he's still just slowly crawling away. At what point, though, will Rekko be able to hear him? I don't think he has.
Can see down at the bottom right of your screen there, Risk taking on Limbo. Did find one knock, but a revive coming through as a third member of Limbo comes into the fray, and unfortunately Risk getting pinned against the cliff side with that blue zone coming in. Does look like the end of the line for them. Cronus, so not quite yet. Will survive. Rekko, as you said, getting very close, but no cigar for the meantime. Still has to go another 40 meters though inside the zone, and more importantly, over that ridge line, and that is the tricky part of it. Has to tank the blue zone damage too, for fear of standing up. So that is what makes it so difficult of a rotation in. And as long as examples stay on the edge of this zone, there is no hope at all. You've got to imagine for IND coming in. Maybe a kill at best is all they can manage.
That's about it. Yeah, as a solo, it's going to be quite difficult. Maybe he'll be able to surprise 1, 2, but surely the trade would have to come at some point. The best case scenario, though, as a solo, especially in a zone like this, is just go for the down and flush. At least pick up 1 before being taken out. That's probably what he's going to do the next time he runs into a team. And taking a look at this next zone shift, even further to the northeast, it's not looking too good.
Courage over driving in 2 players straight onto XT. You can see on the map, great move into the zone. Will take control of that hard cover. So XT can't even really do much about that, but XT is still moving in anyways. They know they had to take this threat as it stands just now. They did find those 2 knocks initially. They will find that first through. They take them both down with the blowing up truck as a result, but Rekko now also in their own cause themselves. As we switch back onto example, there was that knock coming through onto Kindboy. See why 007 did go very low, and also keep in mind now 1 shot coming in. They too have to fend off in the zone, as it will be IND finally to go down. Stella as well going to join them as well. Down to our final 6 teams. 1 shot, they're going to fall. It was even more coming through, for example, up to 8 kills now in total for them, but they have to get across this road once more, and that is the tricky part about it. Into this warehouse, into Tap Moxpan is going to be so difficult for them to do, but they do have some space around the rest of this zone, cleaning up around it. Only K12 now, as you can see Rekko trying to find that position of them.
Yeah, they have a long way to go, but it looks like Courage, there's only 2 of them left inside of this little warehouse building. We can see that Xenotactic still in a really great position. Bat team, they're all the way up on the northern side getting shot at by Courage, actually. They are inside barely, but they don't have too much cover. They'll probably want to try to take some of the fence along that warehouse building, but otherwise there's still 2 teams that have to figure out their way inside this zone, and not enough space. I don't know if they'll be able to make it.
Not enough space for the side of example. 8 kills, K12 still to move in as this phase 6 zone now moves in. K12, you can see the damage that it does to them. Not even a jump through will save them. K12 now down alongside the opposite one of example. They will fall to down down and down even more to what will only be 2 more players, but also struggling. There are Courage. You can see that they're holding in for the meantime, but only 1 player left. They have to make those revives of their own. They have to get a reset in, all buying time for XT, all buying time now for also BATSquad, who we said coming in around this location had everything for them. Well, they've got the players and XT alongside them. That's the threat. Each other.
Somehow we're able to make it to that warehouse. Yeah, Courage not going to be happy about that. Example. Oh, look at that zone shift. Is actually going to be really good for Example and Courage. That means that Xenotactic, BATSquad, they're going to have the most difficult rotation, and it actually looks like they're deciding to kind of take each other out, interestingly. There we go. It looks like Xenotactic, they want to get those kills. They're able to get a few with those nades, and Example, they probably heard Courage, so they're trying to be aggressive onto them as well.
BATSquad, they need a vehicle. They need something to immediately, quickly, and efficiently get their way inside of TeamOMA right now. On the edge of the compound itself, there would be some cover, but they just can't get there. Leon now taken down as well. Shredder is a solo player, and suddenly it's all turned sideways for them. XT still up as a full squad, though. Courage only now as a solo. Vonza down on the ground pro and will not even be remotely part of the fight. It's between now the side of XT and also Example, but Faceless steps into the danger of Recco and takes almost completely himself down. Tora as well struggling, almost a second through. As Vonza now has the angle to take the kills. Faceless almost dead, will fall down. Tora not quite in time with the extra damage from that grenade. Vonza as well sending one in, almost taking down Tora as well as XT, now losing a third on the opposite side, and this is disaster for XT, a second game in a row, but it's time into the hands of Example. There's no K12, but it might be even worse with the purple Death Squad. There's even charging in further. They take control of the zone. This is Example's game span.
Yeah, there is only 2 of them up there. Being able to get the res into 1, they know about where Courage is. Uh-oh, that nade can change things actually a lot. Oh, no, it looks like that's still not quite going to be able to do much, but they know where Courage is. They know where the rest of Xenotactic is. Oh, nice spot on a Junior. Unfortunately, he's going to be able to turn just in time not to get knocked, but the zone pulling once again towards Example. I think you're right. I think this could completely be their game, but they still have to take down 3 more people. Courage at this point, if he tries to take out Xenotactic, that's definitely just going to be the nail in the coffin, but he could still try to turn towards Example. Oh, nope.
XT, they're going for the second place. You can see them underneath the tractor. You know, Span, that this is an Example game when you see a position like that being played. Bam's going to only heal himself up, but that zone just too much damage. He barely got off 1 med kit, but trying to survive that second. Vonza equally doing the same, just throwing down, maybe survive, but Vonza will go down. But who gets second place? Does Example take the chicken dinner? That is the decision, and Courage will be second. It was XT who got third.
Once again, yeah, XT just, they have a ton of people up in that end game. They're able to keep all their members up somehow, but just those last few end shifts just not helping them out whatsoever, and they can't seem to fight their way out of it.
It was unfortunate for them indeed, but moving through, you've got to think now, looking to Sanhok and the side there of Courage picking up that second placer as well. A massive win for them, Span, when it comes to that overall leaderboard. We mentioned that Team Savage went out in 16th position, and now for the likes of Courage, this should really open that gap for them.
Yeah, I don't disagree. They're able to go on ahead and really stay alive in that situation. They're the ones that were kind of struggling to continue to grab that first place spot, but I think this was the game. We already saw that they were able to go on ahead and take that first place because unfortunately the last first place got out immediately in that game. So Courage just being able to stay alive that entire time, gonna grab that first. They had a great spot throughout the longest time of the game, but at the very end, 2 of them able to make it to the warehouse, the other 2 not quite able. I thought that might be it for them, but still able to stick it out until the very end.
Unfortunately, you can see the downfall of Team Savage early on, but not before Strangers also lost 1. A sneaky Bilal was able to pick up 1 kill. TSC Albi also able to pick up the rest of, unfortunately, got dethroned down towards a solo themselves. A hard game for them. But it's just a hard game as well for TSC Ultimate. They too struggled when it came to getting in that zone, just like so many of those teams on the edge. Example, really putting in the ping when it came to those kills and picking up so many.
Oh yeah, able to get a lot of kills coming through all of this. And again, I'd like to point out, like, again, we saw so many people fighting on the southern side. Like, even the plane path was super far to the north, but everybody ended up spreading out maybe a little bit too far, that too many people were really struggling to get in on the southern side. And I guess that might just come down to making rotations. Teams think that it's fine, but really the further inside zone is open, but not enough teams can get there before running into each other.
This is an example death reel. Is a game reel of their team, of their win. Here is it will be them to take home that victory. 29 points. Span, that's nothing to scoff at. When you think about 14 kills, the highest of all kills we've seen from Group B so far in this first day. But XT, they're once again on top, and we mentioned them, they did have that downturn in that first game, but since Miramar, since Sanhok, they've been at the top of this game, on top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, and since they got enough kill points, even though they got that third place, they're still second for that match. Courage, in the meanwhile, they got that second place placement points, only 2 kills though. That's going to give them 14 points. And yeah, Team Savage all the way over there in 16th place, 0 kill points, 0 total points. Unfortunately for them, that's going to hurt quite a bit, but at least they already got that cushioning for themselves from the past 2 games.
Indeed, it might be unfortunately there for them. Courage is going to fall down with their lowest amount of kills so far in this, day 1 of Group B. But it was Example who set the example for Sanhok so far. 3 of their 4 players inside of that top 8. But as you can see, that 5th position, 4 of them all tied for that second, as 2 kills apiece.
Once again, it seems like more and more of these kills are being spread out. I mean, the 6 kills coming in from ICSS7 there, for example, team is also pretty big for them. It looks like they're able to pick a lot coming in through this one. 3 of them actually finding themselves on this leaderboard. But yeah, even more kills being spread out. That probably means a little bit more placement points thrown around in that situation, which is always good for the rest of the teams. And are we surprised to see this? No, it looks like 2 of the members from the top 2 for the kills are also at the top for the damage.
2 kills up top as well when it comes to the damage. And you can see so much of that damage coming through, at least 1,500 through from their members, slightly less for the rest, but still an overall strong performance there from Fahim as well. We mentioned the side of XT kicking up their 2nd place in Sanhok and able still to find that 506 damage overall. Even TFC Ultimate there putting their way up towards the top of that damage leaderboard. Example team though, 14 kills. You cannot take away their standout stellar performance of this 3rd match. 2,270 damage, 29 points, and even in comparison is merely only half the points coming through from that 2nd place team overall of Xenotactic Esports.
Yeah, it's an entire 2 times more points. It's huge. Xenotactic Esports, I will say, Fahim on that damage leaderboard, that's our 2nd time seeing him up there. So it looks like he's really doing well for his team, but it looks like they just need to really go on ahead and get a few more kills. So they're doing well now when it comes to placement, though, being able to stay alive until the very end.
Staying alive to the very end, though, that is exactly what they were able to do and pick up those points, as we said, taking himself to 2nd position. Overall, it was close, but it is so close in between these teams, and it is going to rely on Miramar once again in Game 4 to see who will finally be separated in between this top side of the leaderboard span as we hit our way through a short break before Game 4. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile National Championship United Kingdom 2021 season. As of course, you are joined by myself, Alan Wolf, and Span Cargo, but also a shout out to our sponsor here, Xiaomi, who you two at home can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile with also the Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But Span, we also saw what was a powerful performance set through, from example, setting up the highest kills so far out of any game from Group B, 14 in total.
They were all the way down on the southern side. They fought their way all the way up to the top, literally to the top of the map on the northern side, all the way from the south, all the way to the north. And because of that, yeah, throughout the entire time, I mean, I said it, like, Sanhok, that's really the place where you get in those chain fights. Like, that is the place to be. So they were able to do that successfully, obviously, getting 14 kills and being able to do really well in the placements as well. I guess example team, they were already doing pretty well through all of that, but it looks like they are the team, that aggressive team that does well on Sanhok as well.
They are the aggressive team indeed, but XT also proving powerful when it came to that third position. Courage back on top in second to see if they can once again, Span, show up here when it comes to the hottest map of them all. Miramar up next, and we've already saw what was one strong performance through from XT, not quite able to take it. Was K12 there who took that victory. K12, the onus on them to see if they can repeat history.
Yeah, gonna be interested to see that. Let's jump straight on into the plane, see what might be different this time. I mean, we could have an entirely different plane path, and that could really set the tone. So there we go, all the way up on that northeastern side, ending down by Minas del Sur. Again, it looks like we have a pretty extreme plane path. It's very low down to the southern side in this situation. So no longer are these teams are really going to be able to take advantage of the knowledge that they might have been able to pick up from our last Miramar game. You know, last time Pozo, Power Grid both open. This time they can't even really reach there anyway.
Indeed, they can't, unfortunately, for them. But it is also to the side of who now goes down towards that south end. Once again, we saw already a second game today where it was so contested. 5 teams dropping down towards in between the Impala and up to the graveyard side. This time, it's not going to be the case. This one around, it will be more teams heading towards the likes of Chumacera. Now gets some love, Minister Val, also potentially down below that, but also there towards Picardo once again. You've got to imagine Courage heading there, but joined now accompanied by the likes of Limbo. Limbo there too, also moving towards that location.
I guess I want to go on ahead and contest for it. I mean, this plane path is definitely not helpful in terms of those choices, so they decided to really just stick it out and go for something good. And it looks like these plane paths do not like the plane path whatsoever. Like, these zones seem to always go super far away. So over to the western side it goes. Once again, people are going to have really difficult rotations. So this time, maybe instead of the southern side, it's definitely going to be the east, at least, that's going to have the majority of teams trying to make a rotation in.
I think, though, Span, there are options for these teams on Miramar. You've got to look towards that north side, right? It is so open. You've got even early rotations in towards El Pot. So you can bet your hat as a player that now there is certainly no one in that location. So you can make those early scout rotations through as a team, pick up your vehicles, maybe like to the side of Team Savage, maybe also K12. They make those rotations down towards that western side. You get also peace of mind being in that first phase zone early on too. But it will be, as we said, towards Picardo. That's where the action should unfold first, between Courage and Limbo. Limbo down over in the casino, betting their chances in this drop spot in the 4th game. But Courage, them too, also picking up, standing on that 5 stack, Hotel their Naz, overlooking every single part of this compound.
At least they're separated for right now. It actually also looks like Limbo grabbing vehicles. I think he's just going to get out of this situation potentially. They don't want to go ahead and contest another team. Yeah, onto the vehicle they go. Maybe they're just disengaging from this location entirely. Don't want to share Picardo. And that honestly could be really good for them. They could be one of the first teams over towards the western side. And yeah, you're right. Everybody towards that northern side that jumped out of the plane immediately should be making a nice northwestern rotation. It's really down to the southeast teams that I'm more worried about and how they're going to get a spot in. And teams like Example here could potentially be teams that hold them out. Example team, we already know that they're aggressive. They can get the kills. It could be achievable for them once again.
Could be achievable. It also will be difficult, though, as we said, for these rotations. And we mentioned going through into the second game precisely that, right? Rotations were what we wanted to see on Miramar. I think this is a map, or the game, should I say, more than each of the ones previous. It really will test that for these teams. Yes, we have said that zones do not like these plane paths, and they do seem to have that tendency today where they just go completely the opposite end of where we start out in the game. However, when it comes to this map, for starters, I think there are much more opportunities and there's much more decision making, as we said, to be made by these teams on exactly how they want to rotate in.
Exactly. There's a lot of options coming through here. Unfortunately for Risk, as they're running right underneath Cruz, it looks like they're unable to find some sort of a vehicle, so they're just running across the land for right now. Hopefully they'll be able to find something shortly, because being all the way up here by Cruz and the zone being all the way down to the southwestern side, not ideal. They're going to need a vehicle. That's probably why they're already running. They want to make sure that they're going to be able to make it towards that zone in time, but definitely looks like they need a little bit more loot as well. I didn't really see too much meds or anything on them in that situation.
Even carrying a crossbow, right? That's when you know. I mean,
yeah.
It could be a strategy. It could be one of those 9k IQ strategies coming through from Risk, that they can find a headshot with a crossbow and get those kills, but very unlikely to that.
No, definitely. And also looks like, unfortunately for Limbo, it seems like they kind of were trying to leave. Like, some of them I think are up on top of that mountain, but Courage, they're not letting them leave so easily. They now have Naz here kind of holding that spot over towards the western side. If they even try driving away at this point, he'll definitely be able to do some damage to them. And able to catch some damage onto one getting up there. They're running out in the open.
Limbo, they have the vehicles though, so why are they running out in the open? That is the question. They know that Courage is there, and they know that Courage split early on if you look at the way those parachutes dropped alongside them. So it is curious to me why Limbo are making it so difficult for themselves. But only a trio as well.
They had to have lost it.
Right, indeed. So if they'd have lost a vehicle, why aren't they using the visualize? Why aren't they together still is the question, because you can see that slight split in between each of them, almost positioned as if they want to counteract Courage and fight back as they go. But they should realistically have hightailed that out of there much quicker. They had the opportunity to do so. They've had a few minutes now at this point, and for Limbo, they've outstayed their welcome.
Yeah, and look, Vonzer, he even has all the time that he needs to be getting above them now. Yo-Yo almost fully bled out at this point. He's going to be able to spot the last two out. Like, I don't know what happened to their buggy, but obviously it wasn't an option for them. And running up on top of the mountain, that's going to be clearly out in the open for Courage to do damage to them. So Vonzer being able to make this rotation, there we go, already working out.
Drops down.
Another one down, just one more to go.
Is so weird and interesting to me, is the only way I can put it there for Limbo. Unfortunately, a series of bad decisions comes to an unfortunate conclusion for them, out, down. But BATSquad getting surprised, will get the shot in there. Toxie, they were waiting. The patience pays off. They find one kill. They take out a vehicle there as well. Alani now going to pincer over Kaidu. It is an absolute trap and a half for BATSquad. They surely will maybe make it out with Kaido, but the health bar is dropping. Alani now getting fired, sprayed back in as well, as it will be a second member of BATSquad come in for support. There also comes in the rest of the squad, Ninja Boy, as well as Leon now jumping in for that full 3-man. But it is also the aggression there from Risk. Alani now setting up for fold as that third member, as we mentioned, the BATSquad still needs to come in from the backside.
It does look like Alani is now all alone, though. Like, the 2 members of BAT could potentially just win this fight against them, but I don't think they're making this push, because if they do, the rest of Risk could be able to spot them out. But Kaido, he will be saved. Now over to the side, you can see all of BATSquad now kind of surrounding this area. They know somebody's here, but all of Risk, this is just giving them the time to make the push. So if they really want to take out Alani, they need to go on ahead and do it now before the rest of Risk gets there. Oh, Ninja Boy, there we go. He gets the angle to do so.
From a trap from Risk for a trap for now BATSquad here. Alani in between them all. There's nowhere to hide, there's nowhere to run. Alani now getting caught only on the edge of the blue is the rest of Risk enter up into the fray, but BATSquad, they may also have been slow on the uptake. Best they find, though, Allen has to take down a second. Can they do it? Kaido will be able to. The ridgeline supports a third. There for Kaido, a triple for him, and a full clean wipe for BATSquad. 4 kills for them.
It was looking really good for Risk right there, but BATSquad just really being able to protect their high ground here. It looks like that is theirs. The blue zone is upon them, but the threat is gone, so they should be able to make this next rotation in. It looks like one of our team's TSC Ultimate had got themselves a little bit of a crate. We can see them all the way down there by Los Leones. There's nobody really around them just yet, and with this zone centering more around Picado, they're going to really be able to get a good choice of compounds, like especially those compounds right under Picado are huge to be able to take, and TSC, they are definitely in the position to be able to take it for themselves.
So important for these teams to be taking those compounds. Is not as do or die. You could argue in between water treatment and having another pass on there, that gully in between now Chimacera and Picado. However, though, Span, it is tricky.
Oh, definitely. It is tricky to really find yourself a position somewhere inside of here. You can see there's still a lot of teams trying to make some sort of rotation outside of the zone. And actually, look, we can see Stellar peeking in from the very southeastern side there. So it looks like not even our east and southern side are done getting more teams in there. So that's actually interesting. I feel like some of these teams might be taking a little bit more time. I feel like there's a lot of teams inside the blue right now.
Oh man, Span, you can hear as well. I'm choking, I'm dying. It's a heat of Miramar, but we're back. We're back. As I was saying, right, it is tricky between Chimacera and Picado because it is so open, as we say. But now that these locations are being taken up, there's less opportunity for the rest of these teams to realistically jump in on board and use late rotations to take locations and compounds of their own. You can see even like down towards the south side, Fear actually one of those teams going to be those late rotators, and you do fear for them. And where do they go if there is nowhere to go past that death point of that open space?
It's a difficult call. You don't know what is safe when you're so far away inside of a zone and you're just rolling up onto it. That's why you usually see teams stop towards the edge. They want to stop to really start scouting, look around, try to listen for shots, figure out where people are before really deciding their spot that they want to try to take. Because otherwise they're coming in completely blind, and that is the worst thing to do. You don't just want to drive blindly through the zone, try to just crash onto something without no information whatsoever, or just make any sort of rotation without any knowledge, because that could really just be the end for you. And it looks like BATSquad, I mean, they won the fight earlier, and it looks like maybe it's not going to be as good for them for the rest of it. Losing one member, the rest are gone. And, example, they have themselves a spot, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Look, a team that did not spot this, guys, and now they're in a fight.
Example, they do have the cover, they have the advantage here up also against their opponents. But for the likes here of Xenotactic not a team to be trifled with when it comes to the Desert Dunes themselves. They've been putting out performance after performance when it comes to Miramar and also Sanhok. taking a little bit of a nap when it comes to the top of that hill, but they will get started eventually. Got to imagine inside the blue, as they will slowly make their way across. But look at the healing on those players through from their side. They only have those few first aid kits. They don't have that much. That's why they had to stop inside the blue. So Team Savage, they're struggling when it comes to get even in past this early part of the game. And also equally struggling, there's Xenotactic so low, but it is going to be Junior on that sliver of HP, goes back down, thrown inside of Rich Lines. We'll have 360 protection for now for the meantime, but not so much there also for the side of Nachar. Esports going to be now boarded on by one shot. Courage up behind them, as well as XT, as we mentioned, moving up in towards that northern shift, has gone back towards Picardo and also Power Grid there, Span. And that Picardo hill itself, Span, we mentioned how important it was in that second game as well, but it is 100% a location for the taking in this match.
That hard. I was gonna say, speaking of struggling, this zone is the definition of struggling. Everybody's really gonna have to be sending it inside of it at this point. So many teams down to the southern side having to make their way up to the north, and Power Grid's still completely and utterly open. It looks like one shot might now be pulling right into the southern side of it. Might be able to scout it out and grab it, but for right now, they're in control of those cliffs. They want those plateaus. You can see the scouting happening here from Donna. It's perfect, and they might be able to find something a little bit more open. And since they're on the edge right now, that's probably beneficial for them, because right now they're on the edge. There are so many teams behind them that they want to get further in.
Oh, K12, we found the rest Team Savage. It was such a difficult rotation in. Unfortunately, it only gets harder with K12 on the edge of that zone to meet them on the opposite side. The code as well for the full game is going to appear on your screens. As we said, only 50 opportunities uses for that code, as it will be BOFAZBZNEB. That is the code for the fourth match. Make sure you get yourself an official PMNC Championship parachute for your own desires. Jumping on in style to your own games.
Up, and it looks like the rest of Team Savage found themselves those shanties just the western side of Power Grid. They spot out another team a little bit too close. It is Fear. It's not the K12 that took out one of their teammates, but it is definitely a threat right on the very edge of this zone. Fear at this point, I mean, they either need to rotate back to the southern side or rotate to the north. It looks like they're taking south, because there's definitely no way that they're going to take those shanties unless they really were just going to run up onto them to take the fight. And actually, to take this fight in the shanties down here on the southern side of it is the perfect place to do so. So we have to wait and see. Meanwhile, oh no! It looks like COD is getting in a big fight with TSC.
Fortunately, the side of TSC, though, for them, they do take down one. They take through God Death, Dethroned down on a really split God Dethroned. Out one of their players. Now, Thrashish gonna have to make their move through their own car. 4x4 will get through one side, but unfortunately, a little bit of a tricky rotation there for A Young. Will not be as fortunate up against the cliff side for them. Is there two counter rotations from a weakened example? Will leave their teammate Recco for dead as it crawls to the vehicle, but that's not quite good enough for them. Phase 4 hurts too much. TSC also going to be hurting as Tam Tam firsted out of game.
And there we go, zone shifting once again, not going to go to the far north this time, so it should be a little bit of a relief to everybody struggling to get inside the zone on the southern side. They don't have too much further to go. You still see Power Grid completely open. BATSquad or Quake 12 at that point might be able to go ahead and take it, and it looks like one shot. They had those plateaus for the longest time. Unfortunately, one's going to fall, and the rest are pretty spread out, but they have to deal with a threat.
One shot they do have to hold on indeed, and Stella as well, trying to hold on as best they can, but only what will be a solo player, as there goes Mitza. Sheriff holding up the mantle for their team. Payne as well. Will Molly almost himself there, was close.
That was scary.
Payne, that could have been awful for the side of one shot, but we will survive for now. Still Team Savage on the outskirts, still K12 even then behind them. So will be Prank, still will be Physics. to hold up against the ridgeline. Paraboy up in one. We'll find Bubi off on the backside of the rock. Throw it up for Pratic. Will now get taken down as well. Save Killer also needs to get in the fight, but slightly further behind will be Rippo, taken down by Physics, and Physics finds the double. Will now find a revive as well. Smoke gonna come through. One shot also making their ascent up top. Save Killer getting shot up from behind, but they don't know where. It's from Stella, the solo player, trying to make it work. Sheriff finding one, and a disastrous K12. One fight now turned disaster to a second, third party. Sheriff surely maybe even cleans this up as a whole. K12, unfortunate beings for them. One shot still moving in. There goes K12. Sheriff takes down Save Killer, takes down Physics with the help of Example. So it will be Pratic there also getting cursed up a second by Example as a whole, but it will also be the side of God Dethroned, the final player. A Young stuck, as we said, behind the rest of our clear side, behind the Chief Visitor. What to go for them? 2 kills for them, 3 kills in total for the trio. Still on the edge, in the open, risking everything for the rotation, as even Example in their own fight versus also one shot Esport. There goes Nachar down the road, but unfortunately cannot find a shot. Still though, Ra baited out enough to get that first through with the second member, but still 2 down, 2 equal weight. Still Example also down to 2.
A lot of fights happening over here on this south side and western side. Everybody now finally running into each other, and it's not over. Just take a look at that mini-map. So many people still stacked on top of each other, so many downs, and it looks like Fear might be able to take advantage of it. One shot trying to run for some sort of res, and gonna be spotted out as he was trying to run over to the teammate. Unfortunately, that res not quite gonna happen, and still Example is a huge threat over there on the western side. Looks like they might be able to be getting their reses, and based on where they rotate, they're gonna either be running straight towards Fear or one shot, and that's obviously not going to be good for them. It also looks like our next zone is going to go ahead and pop. We don't know exactly where it is just yet, but these guys are not inside of it, that is for sure. So the fight to get inside zone is going to continue. Fear, they just want to get out of there at that point.
Well, look who's coming on the backside. It's Papa Blue, and they do not have any remorse when it comes to these players. Span. That is only 20 seconds away. Phase 5, Phase 6, the fastest point of the games. As it will be now one shot still struggling. Fear coming over that hillside, but we did not opt for the buggy. Might be to their own deficit, as they do get caught on the offside. One shot Pain trying to put the Pain themselves into Icy 007, but we'll hold in for now. Ridgeline protecting them for the meanwhile. It will be Icy still under the assault, but that zone has shifted back down towards Power Grid on down towards Picardo. Picardo Hill is where we finish it up, and that space towards the north side so open, and there's so many players still alive. 24 in this phase 6 point. There is no space for movement left, Span.
None at all. And here comes a bunch of nades. Fear, they're able to get out of that situation over to the west, but straight into another one. TSC holding them out. A ton of util. It's not looking too good, but at least they have this huge ridge to really be separating them. TSC, honestly, I'd be a little bit more afraid to be where they are, because there's a lot of teams behind them. At least Fear know that there's nobody coming in behind them from the zone.
But Fear, they're still going anyways. They have to move in. They have to find some way over this hill. It is quite literally an uphill battle for them. Nachar, Paul also going to find one onto Kronos, as Device then finds one themselves. But Fear, they're putting out all the smokes. They know they have to deploy everything just to get up the top side of this, as it will be another to fall there. It will be the side of Stella's pick up even more. Sheriff is on a spree as a solo player. The TSC, Fear still in between these teams. Still Aiden holding in for the meanwhile. A Young still a solo player off angle. Icy still a solo player. It comes down to solos in these third party potentials of these players. Span. That is what this end game looks like.
And it looks like, yeah, the thing I was afraid of, TSC now being shot in the back from that team all the way to the east. I believe that is Courage. So now they have a little bit of an issue happening. They can't fully push onto Fear without another team doing damage to them. Fear themselves actually kind of being stuck by Courage as well. And based on this next zone shift, Courage, they know where two teams are, and they have to go in that direction. Maybe they'll actually go on ahead and continue to try and take advantage of this. This zone is actually quite interesting, I gotta say too, because it's right up against some rocks on the eastern side, while the west is a little bit more open. There are some ridges, but everybody's gonna have to make a move on over sooner or later. And one team up to the north, IND, they're basically alone. One more member of Example left before they can really make it further in.
IND had the biggest rotation in, but they're going straight in on to the opponents down inside of the zone. They're going straight in into the chaos as TSC Legends still holding up against Fear. Fear, they are slowly summiting in. There's just too many around them. IND, they get punished by side of Strangers, and it will be now them moving in as well. But can they find any more? Still a full squad. They have everything in their hands in the center of the zone, but they've got to hold off everyone. IND still entering in, now down to what is only a solo. Cronus has to find a revive. There goes as well via Esports. Finally, Sheriff and his rampage has been stopped as IND back to a duo. TSC down to a duo. Courage also to a duo. Strangers, so the solo versus the solo of Nachar, Jamie, but here comes the rest of the support. Still, as we said, Strangers, 4 players, and this is where the advantage comes in dividends for having those multiple players on your team at this point in the game. Even if one goes down, the rest of those 3 can put out the push and still have the advantage. Jamie still on their own.
Somehow TSC being able to grab those little ridges for themselves, take out that next team. Honestly, that put them in a really good spot, but now they're kind of sandwiched, I gotta say. I mean, up to their northern side, they have a team down to the south. They have another, and it's IND and Courage. They can't move just yet, but luckily they don't have to just yet. Meanwhile, in the center of that compound, we can see the shots coming through. Some of those teams not too great of a place, one of them being Strangers. Oh, here we go. Big fight actually happening. Strangers coming on, making it down onto at least one of them, which is a great start. There's still a lot of people left. You can see there's still a few members of... Are they up on top of the plateau? Where's Paul?
He's the only one left. Paul, low, but there's no way down off that plateau at this point in the game. You gotta hope that you can survive if that zone stays with you on the edge of life. That was a key knock onto Jamie there for Strangers. This is what allows them this space, allows them this one compound remaining, but even that will not be remaining inside this next shift. Phase 7 moves all the way up towards the northern side and forces every single player in this lobby to move up towards it. There are 0 players inside, only Strangers on the outskirts. IND already trying to make that move through, but TSC Ultimate are already making those smokes. They're going by them now. IND trying to put off as much vision as it can, but Brouty up on the top side will just care. No cares at all. Will go through on top. We'll find a 1-for-1 trade. The recess coming through on the opposite end of the ridgeline. Will one be brave enough to step over? Bilal not even turning to face that ridgeline. The smokes in behind. Deployed by IND, protecting TSC for now. Fear, as or should I say, they're the side of Nachar. Also moving their way down onto side of Stranger, but there is no hope for Paul. Down they go to the hands of Courage. As Courage pick up another one, but might be all they get. TSC now up in their own fight versus Courage. There will be TSC now fall next. 4th place for them as Courage pick up 2. Naz with a grenade will instantaneously delete them from the face of Miramar. As Naz now moves even further. Tier 3 backpack now in hand. Can loot all the way up. His abs on the opposite side. But Strangers, they are still the threat. They are still the raid boss here as they take down another of IND. Still a full squad, a 2 and a solo to try stop them. Can Courage do that?
I mean, I knew TSC was in a bad spot because Courage was definitely going to go ahead and sandwich them. And oh, Strangers, a nice hide behind the vehicle. They're going to be able to take out one and completely out in the open. Another one goes. So Courage Esports will be eliminated. Trade comes through, but that is it. They're able to go on ahead and get that last member. Nice trades coming through. And it looks like that will be it. Strangers grabbing our second Miramar of today.
Strangers, they were able to pick up what was finally a win for them. They were looking so close themselves in picking up those wins. They do just that, and were able to redeem themselves from what was an unfortunate showing through on the second game of Miramar, and picking up, of course, their first win of the day. But also, the side of Strangers, they needed those points to really pick themselves up, where actually the side of Courage, they have also been consistent, but where are the likes of Team Savage, as we said once again, dropping down when it comes to that early game stage, making rise to the likes of TSC Ultimate there as well, surviving to that fourth position. IND, even to an extent, they're surviving in third as well.
I mean, it looks like they're kind of fluctuating in performances so far. So only one game left, though. Hopefully all these teams will be able to go out strong. But obviously, we know that that can't happen for every single team. There's only a few opportunities to really get up towards that top of the leaderboard for that match, and then that'll be it. That'll set the tone for our first day for Group B, and really setting the tone for the first day is really what's going to be hyping up the rest of them for the next time that they're going to be competing.
What a even lobby it is, so Span, with these teams. You think that one team, they have that advantage, but then the next one just comes in out of nowhere. You see the likes of Strangers, who weren't a team we were considering at the start, now showing up as such a strong performance here on Miramar, and their consistency there. Unfortunately, it was, as we said, Team Savage getting taken out early on once again, getting caught out even in the first, the second phase, and even getting now third-partied by that solo Sheriff. It feels like a different Savage from those first two games we've witnessed.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if they're able to go on ahead and bring back a little bit something different. And I mean, this game, once again, I talked about Miramar and its open spaces and how there's few of them, but it looks like so far all these games are really able to find them. And in this situation, there's barely anything to play except for those big drastic mountains, some ridges. And honestly, I think the teams and how they played was to be expected. Right when this zone hard shifted up to the north, everybody in those bowls on the southern side just had to move over to the west and make that push happen. But right when it pulled back to the east, I mean, they had to go right on back, still using those ridges. And at that point, they knew, everybody else knew exactly where to look. And that's what is going to give us our match leaderboard. StrangersBD coming out on top with 8 kills in the win, so a total of 23 points. Then Team IND going to grab that second with a total of 18. Courage, once again, up in the top, though, with 17 points.
Right, it seems like Courage, definitely we can say here, Span, they're the most aggressive team out of this lobby you've got to imagine so far, at least in these 4 games in the meantime, because they have been the ones, albeit set aside the Sanhok match, they have been picking up the points. They've got even 12 points to keep in mind back in towards that second game as well. TSC Ultimate, though, as well, they too picking up their points as indeed there, as it will be 12 points in total for them. A 4th place finish is all they will muster in those 4 kills. Example team even on that leaderboard too, but down towards that bottom, we said it's like of Team Savage, only 1 point their risk as well, only 1 point for them. Even XT 1 point there, despite their potential. Curd 12, winner chicken dinners of Miramar second game, 2 points there as well.
Yeah, so it looks like a little bit of a flip-flop. So that's going to give some of these other teams the opportunity to really go on ahead and grab a few points. So you might see that leaderboard get a little bit more even, and that might make going into this last game a little bit spicier. So around that middle point of the leaderboard, it's really going to be close in terms of total points. So this last game, like I already said, is really going to go on ahead and set the pace coming into the next time these guys are going to compete. So just one more chance for these guys to do good. And I mean, that goes back to that mentality stuff that we were talking about earlier. That is really going to set the tone. Like right when they get in the game, if they feel safe, if they're feeling good, I feel like that's usually where they're going to go on ahead and continue to do their best. They don't want to be worried going into the next matches, so this last game is really going to go on ahead and help out tremendously based off their performance.
It's so essential that these teams coming in to this final match, setting up for Sunday's games later this weekend, that they can have that strong mentality going into those next 5, that they can pick up the points they need to get as high on that leaderboard as it will be. Strangers there to pick up 5, equally their G9, even making it onto 2. Surprised not to see Sheriff there, considering how Sheriff as a solo player, we saw 4 kills through from Thea. Maybe, yes, they're equal on 2, but that's not quite good enough. You need at least 3 on this leaderboard span.
And it looks like once again, seeing multiple teams, I mean, Courage Esports, not surprised at this point, but this time, I mean, StrangersBD, they won the game. Both of them able to jump up on there. And Team IND, example team, it looks like, I feel like we're seeing a lot of the same names, and I like to point that out because we do know that at the end of all of this, in the finals, there is going to be an MVP. So will these names kind of give us an idea for later on? Here's our damage dealers for this match as well. And it looks like our first place is going to be Paul from Nachar Esports with 1,030 damage. They broke 1,000 in Miramar this game.
Paul, Nachar felt like, to me, with that damage counter span, they were doing a lot, but they just never got into that game. Nachar, they did get taken out outside of those final couple zones, so they didn't pick up those placement points as well as they would have liked. Neither did they pick up as many kills as they would have liked with that damage coming through from Nachar. It is also the likes of Courage there, even appearing once again. Reznov, as you said, one of those players who I think has appeared in practically every single game's worth of those standings for now as a player on their own. But Strangers and Team IND, first and second position equally. Compare to both of them here, they are fairly even, and this is pretty much the most even comparison we've had so far.
It is. It just shows really how close both Strangers and Team IND were doing in that first and second slot. And it just came down to that very last game. Team IND just did not have enough people. They just had a solo left. So, I mean, both those teams really being able to win. It was down to StrangersBD really being able to keep all their members alive that helped them out.
23 points going through, so Stranger's going to boost them up on the leaderboard, but those total standings, that is what I'm interested to be looking at here after those 4 games. It is Courage back on form towards that top spot and extending their lead even further. Their example team second place, but still a good 20 or so points behind them. Strangers do move up to that top 5 position, overtaking what is XT, and with that unfortunate end for XT, down to 6th position with just that game alone.
And, you know, Team Savage used to be the team up in that first place slot, but we even mentioned these last 2 games, it seems they didn't get to do as well, and that's going to jump them all the way back to 4th place for right now. And Courage at this point doing so consistent are just once again eons ahead of their opponent, a good amount. My question is, though, we already talked about the standings for Group A. Will it be as sheer as that group in this one? Because the team that's in first Group A was 33 points above the second place team. Courage, they're slowly getting there, it seems.
26 points, and they beat out what was NDL, Niko Defense League from Group A. Hold that record for now. 96 points, 50 kills. Keep in mind coming through from them. A scary team if they do make it to those finals to go up against as their highest killers. But it is Courage here, the highest killers from Group B, who are just equally as scary here. Span, and as we said, one more game back on the cards for Erangel, but not before we also had to keep in mind how amazing our sponsor is here at Xiaomi, and you too can enjoy the super fast, the mega lag-free PUBG Mobile experience with Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. Alongside it, you can go get your own at home, but it is to be determined who will at home in the games, playing on their phones, playing there to see who gets that chicken dinner. Span, who do you think going into this final game really is the team that could come out on top?
You know, I think at this point, just based off of consistency, I have to choose Courage. Like, they've been in that top 3 these past few games very consistently. I feel like they've gotten 3rd place maybe, though, recently, so maybe this time they'll be able to actually grab that 1st place for themselves. But
Maybe
we
they
will
can.
be able to find out very shortly. We do have 1 game left, just like you said, Highland, and we're going to be able to jump right into it after a short break, so we'll be right back.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. It's time for rising stars to shine, show their skills, win a pile of cash, and become the pride of our country. We are proudly presenting the tournament the United Kingdom has been waiting for. PUBG Mobile National Championship returns with a prize pool of £22,000. The tournament consists of 3 stages through June to August. Open qualifiers were held from June 4th to 11th, where all the registered teams put their skill to a test in order to get to the next stage. 32 best teams that will survive this massacre will move to the group stage, which will be divided in 2 groups and take place from 5th to 8th and from 12th to 15th of August. 16 teams that will get the highest standings during the group stage will proceed to the final stage. Here it comes, the finals. They will be held from 20th to 22nd of August. Mark these dates because they will make history of PUBG Mobile in the United Kingdom. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Welcome everyone back to what will be Game 5, final game of the PUBG Mobile National Championship UK 2021 season, where we are just about to board on to our final game. But before that, we had to recap through what was a hot Miramar match where Strangers, they took that chicken dinner in the fourth match span.
Yeah, they ended up being able to get inside the compound. They got the cover that they needed. They're able to fight for it and win that fight. And then from there, I mean, the zone shifted towards them. They're able to protect themselves in the position. There's only really 2 solos left. And from the compound, they're able to get those last 2 kills. So that was nicely played by them. And we already posed some questions. Who's going to go on ahead and be able to win this next one? And I said Courage, but who do you think, Highland?
I almost want to say Team Savage because I feel like going back onto Erangel, it is where their strengths really did lie. If they can reset what they did actually do well in that second game, which was, I think, stay together more, watch more carefully their rotations early on, that's where it's been let down, right, Span? Yes, I think third game, you kind of wipe it off as an unfortunate event where you just lose the game, just dropping down immediately. But for the fourth game, it was certainly about rotations, and that's something they have to be able to clean up here, particularly as these games go on. You cannot let these bad decisions, these bad players go through consistently one game after the next. As we said already, mathematically, that's 10% of total points that TS have lost now.
Yeah, it is. It's not a good thing that they ended up these last 2 games somehow could not pull it off, but the games that they did do well and they did really well in, so this is the last game and maybe they'll be able to bring it back. Those last 2 maybe affect how they come into this next game. Hopefully they'll have a little bit of fire in them to do well. And taking a look at this next game, that plane path super far over towards the eastern side, but still pretty nicely spread over all of Erangel. Once again, hopefully all these teams will be able to go to where they want to go. And last time, I believe we had a very similar plane path, but started from the north. There was a ton of teams to the north, a ton of teams to the south. Hopefully these teams are going to be able to fix that once again, but it actually looks like, once again, it looks like the south is the place to be. Oh, ooh, especially with that zone shift.
That zone down towards the south, there is difference in the sense that teams are dropping to that South Island, courtesy to that zone going towards them. We'll be thankful for that. However, it is now towards the bridge you span. That's where I always draw my attention to with zones like these. Who controls that western bridge? Who controls that eastern bridge? And how do these teams, particularly those on the side that isn't with the zone as much, and you could say arguably actually that is that South Island, do you then make that decision to rotate to the edge of the bridge, or even as a whole cross that bridge early on?
Honestly, the best decision, in my opinion, is to get really close to some sort of opportunity to make a rotation. Right. So, for example, in Milta, they might be able to go on ahead and take control of that eastern bridge. And in that case, they won't really have to worry about whether that zone goes up to the north or the south, because they at least have some sort of way to get across. And there's multiple opportunities to be able to make that cross on Erangel at this point. There's obviously the 2 bridges. There's a ton of boats that they can take, and all of them are really viable and can bring them to different locations. You just have to be prepared to put yourself in that position, because too many times have I seen teams not go and put themselves physically in a good position or near a boat, and it completely ruined that game for them.
I think as well, when you think about those teams coming from the south side towards the north, you even look at Novo, right? Those boats, once again, rotating back towards the Milta Power side, which is actually not completely on the outskirts of that zone. You can see teams are already heading towards these boats in the first few minutes, making sure they have control, they have opportunities, you said, to get to that south side or towards the opposite end if required. Risk as well. One of those teams looking back towards that potential of chicken dinner. They haven't quite got off to the start that you really would expect. Unfortunately, only 8 points, and they're tied for dead last over these 4 games. An average of 2 points a game, just not good enough for these teams. Now coming out, which, as we said, 20 points mathematically worth of opportunity already gone in this group stage for them.
Yeah, but gonna have to really do well in this situation. Oh my goodness, see, even look at this BATSquad. They're all the way up towards the northern side. I'm kind of interested why Leon is swimming at this point, but they do have a little bit of a ways to go. Yeah, they're at a bridge, but not the correct bridge just yet.
Oh man, who needs to cross the bridge when you've got flippers? Leon is on his way through towards the other side. Wrong side, even might I add too. Going further north, BATSquad on a journey, maybe wide rotation as we saw them do on the third game, maybe hoping to go towards the north end of Erangel, find a boat there and rotate towards the south side that way. But would cost them a long time. Those 2-3 minutes it would take. A long time to where they're not looting, a long time to journeying to those coastal lines on the north end, but they aren't looting either, so they could find themselves caught out of equipment in those later game stage. Courage as well, they are going to be moving in directly at this onto the line of sight of Team Savage. Now, Savage, we said they needed that potential to stay together, those rotationals on point. They are making those early rotations as well, like so many others in this game, to make sure we have that opportunity, as you said, that capability of coming to that south side.
Yeah, and it looks like they're already on their way. 5 minutes into the game, all these teams, not all of them, but a good amount of them should be making that first rotation. But in a team like in this situation, you know, Nachar Esports, they're in Pachinki, just on the edge of zone. They don't have to go too far, probably just waiting for everybody in front of them to get even further in front so that they can actually have a spot to go on this next rotation. But since they're inside zone, nothing entirely bad to worry about. Until, of course, the next zone pop, and there we go. Courage. I'm actually surprised. I thought it was going to be Example that was going to take this position, but no, Courage is going to get it for themselves instead.
I love that position span right there. Minus also controlling that gas station, which looks over that bridge. What a spot for Courage to overlook. Not only looking over that ridge line, heading in towards Milta Power and those compounds along the far coastal line, but also, more importantly, looking towards farm. Using the rooftops of where Courage are at actually provides them that line of sight, clear of opponents driving in directly into them quickly because of how much flat space there is around them. That allows Courage to really control their location and control their position on that eastern bridge.
Yeah, that's why I really thought Example coming out of Milta was going to go ahead and grab it, but no, Courage is going to actually take it from them, and that is going to be a huge opportunity for them to really turn that into something good. It does look like they were kind of moving a little bit further away from it. Curious to see if they're maybe moving a little bit closer to the bridge or not, but at some point we're really going to see even more people show up. There we go. We can actually get our answer here. It looks like some of them are leaving, but the majority of them, yeah, it looks like they're definitely holding that bridge for themselves.
This is crazy risky though there through from Bonsar, going direct on into Example as a solo play. Looks like they want to take the fight, even though Example are there. They will find a knock though, will find the flush. Bonza finally stopped with the grenade there from Nachar, as Abs will be joining in on top. Now Kindball needs to rotate in for support. Only Nachar on this front line. Abs, also another nade will be sent on in, but will fall late, only gonna tickle Abs down to 6% HP. One going return through from Abs on their own, but will fall wide as well. As there comes in also the fight on the opposite side. Risk also there now up in their own fight. So important for Risk to take this win. Risk, as we said, so low, tied on the bottom of that leaderboard. Need those points.
Oh my goodness, at this point, it looks like the rest of Team Example are here on the other side of this hill, but Courage, they're able to get the reses up. There we go. Smoke's coming out. They're able to protect their teammate. The heals coming through. And honestly, Example, they're so spread apart. It looks like Courage was able to get those knocks. There's just, they have to run into this compound, and really that's it. So it looks like they're slowly getting ready for that. They are playing together, I feel like, is what was giving them the success so far. And yep, there we go. Even another one falling down. Courage is going to take that. I believe there's only 2 left, for example, over there on the very side of that hill. Even Kind Boy, I feel like he's kind of out in the open. He has to be careful there.
I thought it was a careless move there from Ronsa on their own, but the team there do have also his back. And that is so important there for the side of Courage. That team play that comes through from them. Even now pushing Recco shy of less even a vehicle on them with that Jeep smoking to really make that move in for the end of the power, forcing them now into Strangers. Will be finally Kind Boy getting shot up from all directions. Will go down. There goes the third. No way out. Recco will have to play as a solo, for example. Now Zone as well, shifting for the second phase, but still in between both that South Island and the main portion of Erangel. Majority though on the south, and that means that we're going to start to see a lot of those teams make those rotations down towards the south side. But TSC, they're the ones controlling that bridge, and even to an extent also one shot on the north side of that coastal line.
Yeah, everybody at this point will have to move. This is where if anybody was able to save some sort of a boat, they need to take it. It looks like, oh, actually, maybe it looks like another team is going to go ahead and take the boat here from TS and Limbo. There we go. Nice pickups coming in from UV there. The rest of Limbo going to be driving away. This isn't even the team that they were originally fighting, so they're very unhappy that somebody got close. Happy they at least got a point. The rest of Limbo going to send it right back around. They need to finish that fight in that compound if they're hoping to make this next rotation. Again, the only potentially good thing is they are in zone for right now, so they could wait a little bit longer, but we know that obviously I think making a rotation down to the southern part onto the island is the best thing, but Risk, they're not going to let that happen.
Risk, no way will they let that happen, and that is so important for Risk to make sure that those boats do not get boarded, they do not get left stranded on the wrong side of Erangel. As Kakarash will hold on to the edge using that third party peak. Third person peak, should I say, is to overlook the rest of those members of Team Savage. Is also, keep in mind, not TS, but Strangers here, the opposite way around, will also lose one of their members. Stella, holding in for now. Sheriff, the core player, I would argue, for this team, has been so crucial when it comes to this team's setup in kills and setup in positioning when it comes to those mid portion of the games.
Yeah, I mean, even this decision to hold Stellars inside of this compound, I believe, is a good opportunity. I mean, they're able to pick up one. They know that there's 2 more people stuck inside of the compound. It's basically a big bull that's going to be difficult to leave, but that nice knock coming in from one of the members of Strangers could be huge for them to finally get out. And of course, that's not the only fight happening. We would not expect that whatsoever. TSC in a fight against one shot. One of them's downed, and it looks like we're going to be jumping between those 2 fights because both are popping off, and yeah, Strangers did in fact push.
Strangers, they pushed all the way up. They took that knock in hand and it went full frontal. The Sheriff holds them back for now, and it will be a second to fall down. Policing Strangers out of the game, as it will be 2 to fall. Now coming around the other side, the rest of his accomplices will do the work, and Sheriff, they help take down completely StrangersBD from chicken dinner to last position.
Yeah, but not going to be happy about that whatsoever. Stellars, I mean, I gotta say, that was a really nice hold. Like I already said, like, it was a great hold from them inside the bowl, but that knock could definitely made that go a little bit faster. And yeah, after the zone shift, we knew it was going to go down to the south, but I don't know if we entirely expected to go to where it did down here. Still so much water inside of this zone. That basically means that there is going to be almost no space for these teams. If there wasn't space before, there's definitely not space now. This phase is basically smaller than what it's supposed to be. So not everybody's going to be able to fit. And honestly, I expected more teams to be across the water at this point, but there's still a ton up to the north.
I'm surprised that teams aren't making that immediate rotation down to Novo's span. Novo, that's the compound still roughly actually in the center of what feels like, as you said, a phase 4 zone. But TSC Ultimate, they're way on top of K12. That may be the reason why, as you can understand. They do, unfortunately, for TSC Ultimate, find though that revenge. They take down a second, and already Bowsy Tam now down. They do get behind a wall, so Bilal can revive them, but the pressure on Bilal to go for those revives versus K12, the potential now to push is, we said, only now Bilal, the sole survivor of this trio. TSC making that revive, but K12 not going for the push, and a reset will come through.
And I think K12 might have been just a little bit too far, so they decided the push is not worth it. They got 2 knocks. They have 3 up, so that it would have obviously had that advantage, but they knew that the res was probably at least 1 would come through before they were able to get there. And oh my goodness, this fight has been happening for so long. Team Savage versus Risk. It looks like it's finally developing a bit. It looks like 1 member from Risk was going down and 1 knocked on a Team Risk, but there's still a couple alive. I think there might be 2 still alive for Risk.
What is Risk doing on the backside, though? You've got Alan on one end, trying to stay, maybe hoping to help Kakarash, but there is no helping Kakarash at this point. No. Inside the blue, phase 3. Kakarash is dead, and it is up to how fast Team Savage can execute Kakarash. They will finally find it. Not without UV going slightly low, though. We'll need to heal back up before they go through for the push outside of phase 3 in towards the south side. BATSquad as well, struggling. BATSquad behind, actually, on that rotation, is even their Limbo now also up ahead of Nachar Esports. And as we jump in also to the code here, SPAN BOEUZBZJWG, you put that code into your game, you get a beautiful PMNC parachute for your troubles, but only the first 50, so you best be quick on your heels just as fast as these teams rotating to that South Island. And is my point stands here, though, SPAN, that these teams initially on the south side, Bat, Nachar, they're the ones rotating last, and it's these squads who have been gifted that rotation, that passage through, now going to be to the island first. But can they survive the blue? Can they survive that journey? I don't think so.
It's going to hurt a lot. I mean, this is now phase 4 damage. Definitely not an ideal situation to be inside of. You can see their HP is going down so low. They're so close to getting inside. But the thing is that swimming is very slow. So they need to get moving because they only have 30 seconds until this next zone starts going. So it still is going to be quite close. And as you can see here, Courage is now setting up on the side of Novo. They probably figured there'd be a lot of people swimming, and they might be able to pick up a lot of kills. I mean, they have all of Stellars in front of them. They have Nars, so many people in front of them, and they're all spread out along the coast, as you can see. The zone is also on top of them, so this is the best opportunity for them to get a lot of kills. But also on the zone shift, I also have to point out that it shifted up here, and this is where the majority of teams were already. So other than the people swimming and those few teams down to the far south, I don't think we're going to see too much more movement, but I am curious to see how many more kills Courage will be able to pick up from here. They have 3 right now. How many swimmers will they be able to get?
Oh, you can bet they have. Looking for these fishes. Going to eat well tonight. Courage if they can find them all. Stella up first. The first course of many. Here is still, keep in mind, Nachar to cross over to blue zone doesn't gobble them up first. Athis is moving through the smokes, high on the ground. They're all positioned to take them, but none fall just yet. Still fall up from Stella. You can see Stella splitting through as best they can. Paul going to jump to his death. Goodbye, Paul. Is that with the rest of Nachar? Still to make it through. 2 members still continuing their swim, their journey across. Is still Courage to find even one.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them. I mean, Stellars obviously are 100% aware. Oh, there's people on Novo, and they're trying to hold us out. Like, that's why they're still swimming, trying to get away from them. But I mean, Courage is just chasing them. So that no matter how far down to the southern side they go, they're going to be chased. We can even see that they have to keep peeking on up because they need to be getting above that water every once in a while, and that gives Courage the ability to be doing some damage to them. And oh, one of them's going for a boat. Are they going to go ahead and boatate on over above them? They have to know that they're going to be surfacing shortly.
Right, also going down underneath the water, try and see if they can find them underneath. But there comes also the Jinx from the side of God Dethroned coming in. They're going to drive over themselves, but not before they will get spotted out. The Jinx also now so low, should have boated into the land, boated down onto the beach, put the smokes down, but as a result now Abs has found them. And 5 of them will stand. Talent has made it first, and you gotta think the Jinx. Well, no, Talent now dead, and the Jinx maybe offered some respite. No, they will fall too. There goes the second from Stella. As immediately as they land, they get destroyed by Courage. 2 already down, 2 more to continue. As Kata, Shuli, and Sheriff will swim as much as they can inside the zone, but look, they're outside the edge. And look at the boat. Even Sheriff, we said he was a core player for the side of Stella's. And they tried to do their best to take down Vonza, maybe buy some space for Kata. But there's just not enough. There's just not enough that can be done here on the edge of blue. Athis on the top. Naz on the front side. Abs surely going to help continue this one another way through. Kata trying to circumvent using their fallen comrade as bait. Naz now coming in, will find a rest. There it goes. Stella confirmed through down in 11th position. But Courage, they spent so long. That zone is no longer with them, Span, and it's 20 seconds before it moves against them. As well as one shot now getting caught out by XT. XT in control of the zone. Is XT's time to stop everyone coming in.
They're also on the fast side of the zone. I'd like to point out both Courage and Limbo actually over there, both to the eastern side. So they're really going to have to book it on in. And if one shot's being held here, we know that Courage is going to be held here as well. But maybe they'll go ahead and get in a little bit of a fight first. Now, it looks like Team Savage will be the next team eliminated. We're finally down to 9 teams left. One shot is definitely struggling, and Courage is not far behind at this point. All these teams up to the northern side also in a big fight as well. Wait, look at this. It looks like Nachar are able to make a rotation in K12 though. They might be able to pick them up, trying to do damage with this util, but they're obviously hiding out inside of the bathroom in there.
They're playing a game of grenade. Who, as it will be Nas inside the building. That's who will be found, and Nas are getting burned down alive. It's like something out of the shine, and K12 stormed their way through, and they chopped down the members out of Nachar Esports. 1S now holding up against the full side of Courage. Beholder against the wall for now. The smokes have been deployed. You know that there is someone there. You can see one shot. They are moving down. They are repositioning. They're trying to hold off this third party, keep their position on the edge of zone safe. One shot are in control of this next shift, but they still need to move themselves. As we said, they are on the edge. That blue zone almost at its next shift point.
And Courage, I assume they must have figured out that one shot in a big fight down there versus, you know, Team Tactic. So they're not going to make a rotation down to the south. They're going to try their chances up to the north, where they're going to be running into a solo from Limbo. You see Blue there, and Leon from Bat. They got to be careful when they run into these solos, because it's going to be a little bit of a surprise, I feel like, coming through from them. And in the meantime, this road right down the center, that's well, not the center, a little bit over towards the east, that's really being the issue for a lot of these teams that's stuck over here. That is super out in the open. It's really difficult to go ahead and make a rotation because there are teams watching it. And it looks like with that next zone shift, that is the direction that these teams have to go.
Courage, they are holding still as a full squad, though. Keep in mind, 8 kills through from them. The most dominant team realistically left in this lobby. But can they stay alive? That is the question. They rotate away through and past the solos. Limbo inside there. Leon still inside there as a solo player. But that next shift is going to hit both Limbo and Leon. They're going to have to move their position. As that next shift did move up against all of them, up towards the mountain side. IND also considering down that south side how to maneuver inside, but it's still that fight, as we mentioned initially, through from TSC and K12. It continues here is it will be 101S to move down, but to the hands there of IND.
Oh, okay. Well, looks like Courage will be able to find one. BATSquad will be eliminated. Just one more solo, and looks like Blue is actually taking the shots. Naz is going to go down for Courage, and this blue zone is going to be moving very, very shortly. They need to be getting an instant res, and Blue is going to take that as an opportunity to run a little bit further to the south, but I already said it, that cross the road is very difficult. And there we go, back towards the center. No more buildings really except far on the northern side, and it looks like, I mean, they're just going to go on ahead and try to take it, but wow, Cronus is there to try and get these knocks going. One's down, and there's only a few left. There we go, Junior falls too.
Yeah, it will be a double for Cronus. Maybe strike even a triple into the open, waiting arms of K12. Grenades in on top. Faceless almost going down. Will confirm through Fahim. Junior is also going to get found by Physics, and it is absolute disaster for them. But K12 not without casualties too. Safe Killer popped up too much, and Courage took them down as a knock. Courage using this as an opportunity themselves, just like Blue on the opposite side, to enter in press as that zone continues to shift through on its move, and it will be K12 entering in, putting in the grenades down, but won't find K12. Blue has found the blue crates to hide behind. There's one shot too. Moving in from the backside, Dana through the smoke. Cannot see Blue currently. Is thrown down. Will wait. Will move around. Does have Ra as backup. Blue knows. They can hear. They're just waiting for that smoke to dissipate, waiting for Dana to come in, and they will find a shot. They will have the heal advantage, but only 10 more bullets. Yes, they will get it. Swap to the second. Will confirm through Dana. That'll be an extra one through for them. And Limbo still alive. Wow, also confirmed. And that'll be another placement for Blue to 6th position, and 1 shot down, and 7th is there to IND. Pick up another.
And Blue now laying prone. This is the best situation for him to be in. Just going ahead and prone out. Wait patiently. He doesn't have to move just yet. You can see the zone pushing up to the northern side. He doesn't have far to go. And meanwhile, oh my goodness.
Oh, Courage are going in, and with no fear whatsoever. K12, they've been boarded hard, and now Physics goes down 1-for-1 trade. Can they find it? No, they will not. Through the peak shot, Aphis finds it. Courage comes up clutch. They've got to revive 3 different members. Still XT, who are aware of exactly who is inside the house. Will try potentially even to gatekeep this as a third party. Stop Courage from making that move. IND jumping in. Blue has to defend against another. Kronos now flying over. Will get another knock against him. Now switch to the secondary. Can they get a second? Yes, they will. Blue popping off with a double. There comes TSC inside onto XT. And it will be TSC ultimate to fall down to 4. But Blue still alive. A third going over the top. Shashank doesn't find it. Blue finally gets knocked. Finished what they started. There will be Shashank to take down Blue. Courage, Abs, Naz, Aphis inside the building. Courage, they might just win this one. You said that this is a team to watch, and by golly, do they have the opportunity.
They're determined. I said it. They've been getting 3rd places. This is their chance to win. It looks like they have 3 up. Meanwhile, IND has 2, and then there's a solo all the way up on the northern side over there. We can see that it is for the side of Xenotactic Esports. I mean, I'm sure Courage knows exactly where he is, but they can't quite get in visual on him, and same with IND. You can see him tossing over a bunch of util, nades, Molotovs, trying to get IND out of there, but the ridge is just a little bit too strong. IND is going to toss back, but I don't think it's quite going to do anything. They have the compound. It's really going to come down to this next zone shift where these teams are going to have to get closer together.
It has to be that pincer formation through from Tor at the same time, as well as IND coming in on the opposite side to have any hope at taking down Courage. Spanish. Shashank still remixed, holding on. Tora has position been found by Athens, now doubling up there. Will be adds to double through. Courage, the team to watch here. We said how scary they would be, and my goodness gracious, have they been so scary. Shashank cooking up a second one. This is the last grenade through, but it goes wide. It's not in the building that they're in. There goes one. We'll find out. It will now be a second, potentially 2 forward, even more jumping in. Can they find even more? Bowling for hope. This is the opportunity. This is Toro as well, positioning to move in. Courage have been pushed back. Now is the opportunity for IND. Ripe to move inside the building, but they have got the revive and they have not used that as opportunity to board inside the building. And IND still stuck on the front door. Tora still knocking as well.
Indeed, they're able to get a knock, but probably unsure if there's 3 or 4, or who knows the amount of people left up. They should have been paying attention to that kill feed, but probably unsure. They're able to pick up another one. There we go, tossing a little bit more util. They have so much, and oh no! Pre-mix was not ready for that whatsoever. Tora, the solo from XT, is going to strike. That means there's only 2 solos left against an entire 3-man from Courage. And that is not a good situation to be in. It looks like Shawshank, knowing that, I think he might just be running straight towards Tora, but he needs to be careful because Courage is still there watching.
He's still there watching, can't even stand up, has to take Tora down. We'll find it. Shawshank takes himself a second place, but IND, they will not win this Erangel this time around. Comes the smokes, trying to just block vision. Courage, this is all theirs, and Courage will take the final chicken dinner of the game and flush in, won't even find an extra one. Courage with the chicken dinner.
They finally got it. You asked me who I thought was going to win that last game. I said Courage, and it looks like they did it. They felt those vibes. They're able to pick it up, and I got to say, that was a really strong position for them, I have to say as well, because they weren't in that compound the entire time. They made it all the way to Novo. They decided to stay there and get all the fishes, as he called them. Got so many kills over on that eastern side, and right when the zone shifted away from them, they were able to make a rotation successfully and fight for that position to get in there. So that is definitely a sign of really strong dominance, being able to actually fight their way up into that winning position.
Indeed it was. So Span, and it was Courage to take that final chicken dinner. But to see also through the highlights of this game, that is what we want to really take into account. And Span, looking at that highlight, has got to be a Courage replay highlight reel here, because their start really did come through, as we said, from that moment, holding on to Nova. We said how important it would be taking control of those kills and then moving in. We thought they would get caught by actually one shot, but they didn't. They were able still to make it work.
They really were, and I mean, all these early fights, you see, look, seriously, the first highlight is Courage taking a fight. Like, they were fighting seriously the entire time. Again, great play by Stellars. I have to stay here as well to hold out Strangers. I'm still amazed by that decision. Unfortunately, they were taken out from the water earlier on, and just all the fighting that we were able to go on ahead, and throughout all of this, it was really strong positioning coming in through these.
Indeed it was, and you can even see there the difficulty of those teams. Caught on the backside there, Spanners. Still even Nachar get caught by the blue. There also BATSquad, just too late of a rotation. But Courage, this is where we picked up the kills. Already 6, and they're not even done yet with Stella. That was the 8 point that they were able to grab, finally finishing off Stella. Far out in the open, there comes through Johnny with the axe. Nachar did finally fall. K12 down with those kills as well. But number 4, Limbo, really the star solo player. We talked about Sheriff was able to pull out those solos, and yes, Courage take all day K12, but Limbo won to the side of IND. This is what stopped IND from winning this game.
Exactly. They were in a strong position. They had that ridge. I mean, they could have continued to play that ridge. Like, they could have waited until Courage needed to come out of there. But IND just down to 2 people, and another one being found out by that solo. I mean, that was just it by the end. Courage, they only had 1 enemy left at the very end, being very patient inside their compound. And because of that, they were able to get rewarded a few more placement points and another kill. And there we go. You can see that.
And Courage to pick up 28 points. IND still second place, so however with 18, XT picking up 14. But you can see there the side and the work that was done there from Blue for Limbo, picking him to 4th position, 12 points for them. And Limbo, who were sat at what was 14th position, they've just doubled their scores from the first 4 games of this one match alone.
Exactly. I mean, every single match matters. We already went on ahead and said that there's huge opportunities to go on ahead and pick up so many kills just in one game, points I mean. And there we go, our leaders for the last match of today. And it's going to be Abstract from Courage Esports with 4 kills. And they're actually tied. Look at that. Blue, Tora, and Nas are also going to be up there. Abstract, Courage Esports, I gotta say, we're kind of running away with that there. And of course, the last few teams are able to make it up into the top place as well. Nothing surprising. And again, I have to point it out because whoever the MVP is going to get a bonus prize, and this could give us some sort of an idea. Do we think that maybe the MVP could come from Courage? So that's always the question.
450 quid for that MVP inside the finals, and this is where we start to look at those individual players, right? We start to look at Courage, Abstract, Athis as 2 of those fraggers to really put out that damage, to put out that potential for the MVP at the end of the tournament. 869, also 700 damage respectively for them. Courage taking what was so much damage, the most done out of really any team in today's lobby, as Team IND picking up 2nd place, but as we said, only what is half of the damage and so many less points.
Yeah, Courage Esports is really running away with that. Team IND were close, but not quite. So I have a feeling we know what those standings are going to be. And let's go ahead and actually take a look at them. Overall, Courage, yep. Are we surprised to see Courage up there in that top place position with a total of 99 points there, Highland?
We said at the start of the day, Niko Defense League's score of 96 from Group A was scary. They just topped that span. They just topped that. 99 points. The most consistent, the most aggressive team here in this lobby. Courage, they have set themselves up for success, and it is going to take a massive fall in Courage's skill to be able to knock them out the top 8 at this point.
I don't even know if that is possible, honestly, but we'll have to wait and see. They almost broke 100 points in just 5 games, which is insane. Just 1 point off. The Group A's difference was 33 points from 1st to 2nd, and obviously we can see here that that gap is even bigger. But okay, but in 2nd place is IND, then Example, XT, Savage. All these teams we could see were doing nice and consistent throughout today. Some of these teams had huge games and then maybe not as good, and I think that really is what made the standings the way it is, right? Courage, they were consistent the entire time, and that's what it is right here. And I also have to point out that we wanted to point out both Risk and Fear Esports, and unfortunately it looks like they're towards the bottom of that leaderboard. So it looks like, unfortunately, maybe we cursed them a little bit or something, but unfortunately they weren't able to perform the way we expected.
Unfortunately, slipping on the first day is to be expected, unfortunately, I think, by some or a couple of these teams here. But there is still opportunity for that top 8 there, Span, and it is so close, only 11 points between them to that qualification spot, as you can see in Sunday's matches, and in fact, just throughout the rest of this group stage matches across both this week and next week. It will be the map order here: Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. But also, even more beautiful in that span is the beautiful Redmi Note 10 series. And you too can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's just that powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And if you want to get your hands on one, go get your hands on one. It is going to be the times of the map set, starting of course every day around that 7 o'clock mark, going in towards the evening. And Span, what a set of evenings we have ahead of us. If it is going to be just like what we saw today, we are in for an exciting, not only Group A, Group B.
Definitely. So it looks like we're gonna have the same order of maps. We have 5 more games ahead of us, and if you guys were excited or interested to see what you guys were watching today, definitely go on ahead and tune in next time. These guys are only getting started. This is only the first time we saw these teams, and these guys have a lot more to say.